Excuse me. Right. Hello, hello. Chornerous Megaboss Watto, friends! These chill jams do not suit the mood, but I figured better to start chill and lull ourselves into that gothic nonsense than be like, unter, and then be like, welcome, Hunter. It's time to get your face beaten in by the entire population of London. How you all doing? Chornerous Megaboss, hello, hello. Now, hopefully, everything's fixed and sorted. Fingies fucking crossed. Because one of the things about the Great Heist is I got to make sure everything's focused. I got to make sure we're together. I got to make sure we're moving concise and clever. So, I was losing my heckin' marbles this morning trying to sort out this crackling audio issue. And it was just coming through, it was the captured audio coming through from the PS4. And it was one of those just... Oh. So, we were nearly at a just hang out in Discord day. But now we get to hang out here. I'm thinking what I might do tomorrow is just hang out on Discord and build Gundams with you all. I think that might be a maneuver. I'd suggest chipping away a few more of the video game movies, but I might institute a no more than 3 in a day rule, or no more than 2 in a drinking night rule, because... Oh, hey, Kindball, yay for the good sleeps, alright? Once again, hopefully I can be the background noise to some very strange dreams. And Megaboss is 30k away from their own captain sloop. Lovely! Have you decided on a name for your ship yet? Yeah, and Alina, it was one of those finicky technical issues. Like, yeah. Streaming is a challenge, and especially when it comes to those specific maneuverabilities. Catastros, Watto, friend, we're doing it. Please don't throw things at the screen, because I was trying to remember earlier. I was trying to remember the boss patterns of the first wolf boss. 1,000 years ago, friends, 1,000 years ago, I watched Hero to the People Dan Jones take on the opening of Bloodborne. And there's... The fact that DJ was able to take down the first gigantic werewolf without dying is still one of my favourite moments. Getting to see that in big, glorious projecto vision. And for those of you who haven't seen Bloodborne before, basically, you get kind of dropped into the world, and the expectation is that you will die. You have no weapons, you've just got your fists, you get killed, then you pop up in the hunter's dream and things start coming together. It's not one of my favourite mechanics. Narratively, I'm never a fan of mechanical loss as progression, because, like, I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's so counterintuitive. And I think if any other title had done that in a similar way, it would have been a serious detractor. But yeah, it feels mean-spirited. It doesn't feel like you're learning or doing something cool. And Kenley, Watto and welcome, friend. Shitaro. Oh, and Kindball and Wolfcrad and the Fallen Angel and whatnot. I didn't give you a proper Watto and welcome. Day 3 of the Bezos Heist. Wheeler Dealer, Watto and welcome. Thank you kindly. For some reason, the bit alerts are just going hard today. I'll do my best, friends, with audio balancing and levels, but y'all don't know the guts of tech problems I have been fixing today. But yeah, so Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing? I think I mentioned it yesterday during Sea of Thieves or the previous day, but it's been so good watching you get stuck into Valorant, mate. I don't have the time to get back into it, but because the language is so similar to CSGO, I understand enough of it to know when, like, you do the cool stuff. It's fucking rad. Yeah, you know what, Wraith? This might be Jeffy B throwing some stuff back. Oh, Wheeler Dealer's also hooked on Elden Ring. Well, that's fucking cool. And Dalzit, Watto and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Marketeer Fred. Well, yes, Fred. Watto and welcome. Simiran. One of these days I'll get everyone's usernames right. Watto and welcome. Way cool. I will say, like, I'm looking forward to getting to...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah! Steppergen, you feckin' legend. Thank you. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Stop that incessant clicking. Sorry, where are my feckin' manners? Steppergen, that's really feckin' cool of you. Everybody, coming in. We'll be getting into Bloodborne a little quicker than usual. Because I know usually we'd spend about an hour... we'd usually spend about an hour waffling and getting into nonsense, but we've got to make our character, we're going to go through the initials, we've got to get spooky. So... Mega Boss, that's gonna be me at the end of this. Like, you know, kind of like a shrapnel horn out of one side of my face, an eye patch, and a cigar. What's that? That's the will that took on Bezos. Yeah, Wraith, that's probably a good idea. I can retract, try and find out where I might have left my manners. And Ben, at Port Centre, my friend. Watto and welcome. How are you doing, mate? Oh, way cool. Sorry for the multi-track drifty potato there. I'm usually one for Letterkenny when it comes to laundry maneuvers. So to everyone currently in New Year, New Galaxy, Watto and welcome. We were doing it once a month, but throughout the year we've been doing these like one-day big games of Stellaris. If you haven't played Stellaris, I wholeheartedly recommend it. While it looks like a 4X game, and I guess it is mechanically, it's a story game, and I feckin' love it. So Caffeine's been hosting these multiplayer sessions. The great thing about it is that you don't need any of the DLC to play so long as the host has it. So yeah, there's a big old multiplayer game going on right now. God, sorry friends. Yeah, well, Fred, I'm real glad to hear. Whereas, like, the warm, sunny...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I wonder how the text-to-voice will say sous vide. Also Bezos heist, let's go.
It got sous vide spot on, but I don't know if that's the correct spelling or the phonetic. Also, let's go baby! Stealing money from Jeffrey Bezos! That's the goal today, friends. I do want to apologise again for starting late. I was doing battle with technical problems all bloody morning, and I was so close to just giving up. So close. I just had this weird crackling issue coming through on the capture, and if it pops up again, then we're going to be having a bad time. Aw, Kenley, I see you. I would say more that I'm funny looking than funny, but thank you.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
7 squared.
C222, thank you for 49 months. And how are you doing? Also, sudden stop. I should have said thank you for the 13. I didn't. That's bad form on my part.
It's finally the season for hot spiced wine sips in Why Not Smucked.
See, Thraim, just spice that wine anyway. Just get into the spicy wine times. Don't let the seasons dictate. In fairness, I can't drink a lot of mulled wine in the ilk. Because it just results in spicy burps. And some flashbacks from some darker times. So picture the scene. It is baby Will. So I was 18 at the time. And it was my friend's 18th. It's my friend's 18th. So we were full peak weebery at that point. So for his birthday, because he'd had like a really sensible, nice, calm birthday party with his parents and his girlfriend, I was like, no, we are drinking. So I got him a bottle of sake and a bottle of rum. Like, silver rum. It wasn't good. So we go full sitting on the floor, pouring each other's drinks, full tier weebery for the sake. Like, we had one of the little sets for warming it up. It was lovely. And then after we finished that, we just started pouring the rum into the sake cups and kind of shooting them. Nothing too dreadful, but I think you can all see where this is going. So we clear through these bottles. And then we suddenly hit that point in the evening where it's like, shit, what else can we drink? And we couldn't find anything in the house apart from red wine. And my drunk ass did some clever mathematics. See, we were talking about this the other day about how growing up in the UK, in your mind, you're like, beer and wine are comparable in terms of potency. Because you either have a pint of beer or a glass of wine. So they must be the same, right? No. Wine kicks your ass. It's 13%. Let's go, baby. Why I wasn't drinking wine from the start, I'll never know. But anyway, so me and Larry, we've been drinking. We hit upon the red wine and we're like, all right, so if we drink straight alcohol in little shot glasses, how should we drink wine? I settled on noodle bowls. We were drinking them noodle bowls of red wine. And again, I cannot understate how much I was in the weeb mindset. So I'm doing like the big plate style gulps. And the last thing that we settled on before like the unconsciousness and vomiting began was a bottle of mulled wine. And that destroyed mulled wine for me forever. Because it was the last thing down, it was the first thing up. My friend passed out proper, and thankfully his mum was a nurse, so it was fine. And Caldera, thank you kindly, bringing the whole farm squad. Yeah, so it's been many years, and me and mulled wine still aren't friends, but I can drink it now. I couldn't drink red wine for like a decade. Now me and wine are great friends. So the few things that I can drink in quantities and still function the next day, that and gin. Still friends with gin. But the thing is, I'm not fine with beer. Not for hangover, but for just heartburn and bloat. It sucks. And also, most beers are such low APV now, for my heinously drinking self, that all I get is bloated, uncomfortable, and heartburny. But that's another story. So jumping back in... Oh, thread with wine as the silent killer. We need to educate the young'uns better in drinks. So jumping back in, and Caldera, thank you all for the bits, by the way. Like, seriously. I don't think I said a proper thank you for everyone being fucking great last night. Because last night was wonderfully bizarre. I got everyone prepped up for the most violent Sea of Thieves battle. And it turned out to be the calmest. Go figure. Oh no! So Deus says they've only ever had the idea to pre-game with wine, and it was one of 2 nights when they blacked out in the middle in a bar with friends. Still awake and functioning, just couldn't remember. Oh, I've had many of those. For those of you who aren't drinkers, wine or beer's not too bad, but if you start with wine, you've either got to stick with wine or only go to some spirits after that. Like, it's like Digimon, okay? You have to follow the Digivolution tree, the Digi-Evolution tree, or whatever it's called. Because if you stray from the path, bad shite is all you will find. I don't know if that reference is too old, but God, I got sick of raising poo monsters. And if you're not a drinker, there is a secret darkness called Grape and Grain, which is you can have beer or you can have wine, but if you start hitting both in the same night, you're going to a dark and broken place. You are going to parts of Bloodborne that are very wet and very sticky, and not in a fun way. And Catastros, I mean, I entirely respect that. It's one of the reasons why I tell these drinking stories, is so you can enjoy the tales of idiocy via alcohol and not have to experience them. I mean, I guess because Caldera and Peeps are here, you probably haven't heard my one of my favourite stories, which was back when I was in college, back when I was studying to be in the theatre, an actor of stage and screen. We did a production of Murder in the Cathedral, which is the story of when a king got super drunk and a bunch of knights mistook his drunken ramblings for the request of an assassination. They themselves got drunk, killed a priest, it got messy. I was one of the knights. And we did a couple of shows of it in the, I think it was, the Chichester Theatre. Like, friends and family came. It wasn't like a big diddly-o. But we still decided we were going to have a rap party, and we got hammered. It was me and the other knights sitting at the bar with a bartender, pouring us these heinous aftershock shots. Very kind of synthetic alcohol, very... the kind of thing someone would serve you from a shot bandolier, but in a glass. And the bartender was making us do this thing, because it was like a light cinnamon flavour. Not like Fireball, but just a hint of cinnamon. Would make us hold the shots in our mouth, then swallow, and then immediately breathe in. Like, this dude was trying to get us destroyed. And succeeded. And so we're just doing round of shots after shots. For the king! Shot! Yeah! And the thing was, this is the only time in my life I've experienced a Resident Evil loading screen. I blacked out many times. I have taken the Magic Door, which is London's 4th transport system, many, many times. I don't recommend it. But it was this particular night, because we were at a pub in the arse end of nowhere. And I remember with such crystal clarity everything about this moment. Like, the bar's done, we're getting to go to a house party. I open the door to the pub, and there's just the light down. and there's like a little smattering of, it was either snow or very, very light rain, and I remember the roll of the gravel under my foot, the crunch of it, and then bam, I just wake up in a bed. Like, it was literally there was nothing rendered apart from the door and a little bit of light, and then bam! And Star, good afternoon to you, friend! How was your coffee date with Zalavir? I'm sorry, I not mean coffee date. How was your morning? How about that? I have been battling technical problems all bloody day. And we're just about to get into Bloodborne properly. Now, for those of you coming with, for Bloodborne, for the future education, the class of 2020's university run, I've played through Bloodborne before. I don't remember if I've done the DLC. It's been 1,000 years. So do not worry about spoilers. Don't worry about talking about the game and your thoughts and your feels. I'll be going into a lot of detail about it. So you are weapons free to talk about Bloodborne, your thoughts, your feelings, like throughout this whole playthrough. Alright? So Caldera says that they've been the token sober friend in the room of drunks. They've got the drunken wrangling down to an art. Yep. Wraith, that's what we're going to find out. Is actual Soho there? And jumping back. So Deus was saying they're pre-gaming on the wine was a bottle of wine each. Good showing. And Wraith was just saying that last night's Sea of Thieves was kind of typical in that when you want a quiet evening to just make some cash and do nothing, every fight will find you. But when your goal is to start a fight, the seas will be calm as glassy waters. Okay, Catastros, maybe I downplayed who will rid me of this meddlesome priest. I just didn't think anybody wanted to get into the guts of Thomas Becket. And just to play based on that, which is up there with great historical snafus. So Drunk King says, who will rid me of this meddlesome priest? And a bunch of knights take this as a, did he just want this guy, like, should we go do it? And then the knights get drunk and they go, yeah, the king will be really feckin' grateful if we go murder the Archbishop of Canterbury. I'm sorry, I love little stories like that in history, but, So jumping back, so it was lovely, got a poker chip from Nelson and ate delicious French soul food. That sounds glorious. I've had a pint and change of coffee in the, as I suspected, I was right all along mug. And have screamed at technical problems all morning. MDH says, is getting teleported by an eldritch hand as bad, worse, or better than Soho? I've seen eldritch things in Soho, but that's another story. So Fearless, are you not eating for a good reason, or have you just forgotten to have food? So Fallen Angel says they may have prepared a Bloodborne character in their excitement and maybe a little over-leveled. Hey, it's no worry. I mean, I've got to get through the opening areas, and I'm not going to be able to turn on multiplayer features for a little bit, just due to PlayStation Plus. I always forget about that when we do these things. So, you'll just have we'll just have to play in sync. Okay, Fearless. Alright, well, make sure you grab yourself some food. You can't be, hunting... You can't be hunting the old blood on an empty stomach. But yeah, so what's been going on with me? So since I saw you last night, friends, I went to the Games Industry Gathering. It was lovely. I still don't know if I am too much and people just let me talk, or if my excitable nature is warranted. So you'd be amazed that my conversations with other game devs, especially when drunk, they're very stop-start, where I'll just be like, and then I wait. I'm sorry. I've been dominating the conversation. I apologize. Are we okay? Have I gone too loopy? Yeah, I know. Me excitable. Who knew? Oh. I just get really excited. And, I don't know, I'm simultaneously a fanboy of the industry that I am also in. So, I am both the biggest fan of my friend's work, but also someone that wants to, like, help from a professional standpoint. But yeah, so Star, if I ever got too much, I hope you can tell me. Oh, Zeke, you're definitely a professional. And do you meth it? Watto and welcome. The heist mates are together. Okay, thank you, Star. I really appreciate that. Well, because, as I'm sure you all know, making video games is a very time-consuming activity, and it's very mentally taxing. So, whether you work in a AAA studio, or small team, or even just making games in your downtime, it doesn't leave you a lot of time for everything else. And because I do this show with you lot, and I've had a fucking terrible sleep pattern since my teenage years, I play a lot of games. And it means that I get to go really deep into the guts on a lot of experiences. With the Hex, the reason why I ended up talking everyone's ear off is because, a lot of people didn't understand what it was reaching for, and unless you played through the entirety of it, it doesn't pop. At first, it seems like, the follow-up title to Pony Island, it's another quirky game that, is very evocative of a lot of older titles. And by the time you finish the Hex, you're like, oh shit, that was one of the realest talks about, the curse of success in video games and what it does to a person. It's just exceptional. And how it's told, holy shite. And I also have this conversation when talking with a lot of people with things like, sorry I keep using him as a hyperbole example, but like Zalavir's games. How each of the titles that he's known for, they're all saying something. Cellular Harvest is about how rampant capitalism will eventually consume us all. Even the people who are... The machine will eventually eat itself, even the pieces of its own machine. An Airport for Aliens, currently run by dogs, is a meditation on long-distance relationships, but also has one of the realest discussions about race and racism that I've seen in a video game. Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. I mean, that one's easier to get, but it has a lot of tighter nuances. But that one tells things from frustration. The sad thing is I haven't had the chance to play through all of Witch Stranding, because when that dropped was when I was having problems with my hand, so I've not been able to go back and really get into it. So it does mean that when I have conversations with other industry friendos, I just tend to info vomit about these titles. And it's not because I think that I'm the smartest and best. It's because I know that I'm basically like that weird shaman, I'm the guy that ate the mushrooms. I'm the one, that communed with the spirits. And I did it by functioning alcoholism and terrible sleep patterns. So yeah. But it does mean that I do have to check myself, because it is very easy when you're on a conversational role, especially in a digital environment, to kind of talk through people, not even over them. because of the delay and lag in digital environments. Well. Oh, yeah! Sorry. So one of the other things that we were talking about last night is, you'll remember Echo. Not the lovely person, but the video game about, like, the looping paths and reactive AI in the infinitely impossible, like, a gorgeous mansion. So I have played it on stream. I don't think we finished it on stream, though. But that was one that definitely needs to be experienced. And so, friendos, we got talking about Echo last night, and it's such a good game. I even had people DMing me this morning being like, oh shit, you played Echo? I'm like, yeah, we did. Wolfpred said that mine went to the weird dolphin game first. Oh, yeah. What you're doing there, Wraith? I see it. Echo! Echo. Echo. And the thing that me and Star were basically lamenting was how that team made something that was incredible and tight and so, like... we talked about it a lot during the stream of it, that its technology so far advanced it might as well be magic. And yet they made it feel like it could happen. You know, it felt like there was this machine infinitely replicating like somebody's fancy mansion. Wow, I really had to go into the archives for that one. The pure scale of this mechanical contraption, so like beyond understanding, and yet it made sense. I mean, I think I talked about this at the time, that it reminded me of Biomega, the sequel manga to Blame, in how the automated systems that were supposed to be building cities for humans ended up running rampant and just building these infinitely massive industrial environments. And Blame doesn't quite make it feel like it could be. It's visually striking and incredibly impressive, but it's so fantastical. You know, there's a bear with a Barrett rifle who's also a scientist. Our lead character is an android with a sentient motorbike pistol. It doesn't quite land. That's Biomega, not Blame, but you know what I'm saying. With Echo, because it's all told through a person's perspective, it feels like it could be, and the reactive environment is just, it's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. But let me pause these tunes. Let me cook up a tweet. Then I'll pause the tunes. We'll do character creation, and then we'll get into Bloodborne. Yeah, look at me tweeting. And the great thing about Bloodborne is that there's a million GIFs online. And yes, Phyllis, you are right. The reoccurring theme in a lot of that person's work is the sentient bear. He shows up in a lot of stuff. He's real cool. Well, actually, funny you should say, because it was something that I was gonna yell at him about. Because Neo Shadow was had just realised that Zalavir we've been talking about is also on TikTok, and so he is Rit Nelson, Zalavir, and Strange Scaffold in different places. That boy needs a branding pass. There, I said it. I said it. God, after Dark Souls 3, it's going to be so hard to get into this. Mindset. Okay. Also the Denny's guy. Because I called him Nelson for ages because that was his handle. Yeah, stick him up, Jeffy B. We're here for your moolah. Alright. But first, we're here for old Yarnum. Now this should work. Alright. Coming through 5x5. Alright. And I managed to fix the audio lag as well. Very proud of that one. And before you ask, yes, that is Gundam Maxi Boost on Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operations Code Fairy, which is way better than it has any right to be, by the way. And Battle Operation 2, which I played for a day. I'll probably play it when it drops on Steam. And I hope that gets a Steam release, because... okay, that Gundam game is about a propaganda unit. Literally a team of all femme-presenting pilots who are put together to literally be a Xeon propaganda unit. You know, take photos. Look at the ladies on the front lines. They sure are doing a battle war. And they're aware of the fact they've only been put together because of that. And so they end up having to fight against all the preconceived notions that they're this basically, you know, photogenic operation. They even had them stationed in like a fancy like a fancy country house and stuff. Oh yeah, and Catastros, I'm there with you. I love this the opening we got. And yeah, and Thraim, I got the code for that from a friendo because they were doing like a review thing of it, and it ended up being so good. Plus, it's the combat system from Battle Operations, so the mech fights are big and weighty and heavy. Anyway, grab your pistol, grab your trick weapon. I'm gonna go rob Jeffrey Bezos. Adjust the brightness slider until the beast is visible. Okay, this all seems good.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Stop that incessant clicking, Pale Blood.
Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery.
Simples.
But where's an outsider like yourself to begin?
Oh.
Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I repeat, our fearless leader states it not a cult. I beg to differ. Why do I continue to do this, you may ask? Because I can. Resub hype.
I like the fact that Dom and I have been doing battle on this very topic for so long that we've reached a point where Dom can predict what I'm about to say to the very resub messages. Joking aside, Dom, seriously, thank you for 49 months. Like, that's a huge amount of time. Thank you. Thank you for joining us here in the Great Bezos Heist. Welcome to Bloodborne. Let's get weird! Oh, I was about to reach over and use the keyboard. I am going to need a character name, dear friends. Wraith, I down...
Reactor online.
Get it,
Sensors
$2!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How are you doing, friend?
Grant us eyes.
Yes, old hunters. It's Pat's blood buds. But Ganodoodles, thank you for 27 months. And I hope you're doing good. What's been going down with yourself? Jumping back into chat. So Wraith, I downloaded Vigor and I haven't had a chance to try it. I was curious about a emergent narrative game on console, but beyond that, I hadn't really gotten stuck into it. Mega Boss, what's Willimus? That's gonna haunt me for a long time. Will of Soho, Hunting Blonde. How about Willimus of Soho? How about that? Okay, firstly, how dare you? Alright. He's mature. An ordinary, happy upbringing. Strength and skill, please. Strength and skill. There we go. I am going to be aiming for Ludwig's Holy Blade, because I feckin' love it. That's my indulgence for this playthrough, is I get to get my big, chunky sword back. Aww. So, Ganondoodles, I know how you feel, and I'm sorry you're going through the ringer as well. It kind of shit me up at the beginning of the week, and definitely did not help for breakdown-wise, so I totally get you. Twitter's been a huge part of my professional life, and is one of the biggest tools that I have for, like, outreach and the ilk. So, I really do feel you, friend. The game devs have been moving over to a site called Co-Host, which has been real nice. It's more long blog format, which is real good. And there's no image cropping. So one of my game dev friends was flexing by posting the lead character from Hunt. I'm always gonna call it Hunter x Hunter, but from that with like the super long hair, it's great. I'm tempted to post the Doug Dibbit-Dam Dum Dibbit-Dome sample. Or I want that one. I want that one. Build. Very skinny. How? Excuse me, I need ghoulish grey. But yeah, no, so Ganondoodles, like, I know how you feel. I got to talk to a lot of people about it last night, and aside from people on Twitter telling me about social media, on horrible ghoulish green, let's go. Those big rosy cheeks. Thraim, I'm not sorry. And MDH, you know what? If you can, go for it. Alright. Face details. Hair and facial hair. That big... Gotta get the ginger going first. Orange. Beard. Get that. Oh, it's hard to... Thing is, it's hard to say no to a handlebar mustache. Oh, Ozymandias. I feckin' love this game as well. And Sean, Watto and welcome. As an FYI, friends, I've played this before. So you are all weapons free to talk about what you like in this game. Thoughts, feels, plot points, etc. Like, feel free to go ham. I might go for... There we go. Alright, tattoos and marks. Yes. Oh, yeah! It's hard being this cool all the time! I'm gonna go for the tiny beady glasses, because it makes them look weird. Sadly, Mega Boss, the tattoos don't include... Oh, you want me to do the Morpheus glasses? Alright, alright. Look at this gangly fuck. Hey, so Ganondoodles, here's the thing. I completely understand what you're going through, and just know that we got you. I'm doing a round of Bezos heisting at the moment. So, at the moment, I am trying to get our numbers up, so we might get partnered here on Twitch.television. Partially one of the reasons why we're doing Bloodborne, but also because Bloodborne's a fucking great game. So if you wonder what everyone's talking about with the great Bezos heist, I got you. Oh no! Lena accidentally killed the Raven Hunter, and now used the Blade of Mercy, and it's so good. Yeah, well, I'm going to be going for the old dex strength. Oh, well, it's skill strength in this one. But... Alright, so this is Willimus of Soho. With his tiny beady eyes. Tiny beady eyes. Alright, let's get this started. Alright, the contract has been signed. The blood has been inked. Oh, also, friends, I do not remember the things that we need to do to get best ending, so please feel free to remind me, because you know I'm going to forget. Well, Meow Kitty Sakura, we're going to go find Soho. I'm sure it's around here somewhere.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin.
McPatches in 3D!
Don't you worry.
Thank you for the follow.
Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Yeah, we're gonna need to snack on some umbilical cords. You know, the real danger treat. I don't remember how we get them. I don't remember how we get through them. I mean, I forgot most of the things we needed for Onion's run in Dark Souls 3, and I've played that a lot more. Oh, way cool! Well, Patches, it's lovely to make your acquaintance here. And as I was saying, I've played through this many times, but it's been a while, so do not worry about spoilers or thoughts. Smells like a crispy dog.
Hey, what's up? You take the night bus often? They're from around here. Are you from around here, friend? Who's got the fancy hats?
Sorry.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
Oh, it's good to be back. And once again, friends, I could quite happily spend hours just deconstructing this whole area and how feckin' cool it is. Just every lavish detail from the very get-go of this game is just beautiful. Now, as we said earlier on, like, I'm not usually a fan of the whole you have to die once to progress things. Let's take that hood off. The hunter's mark and nothing more. I'm so fancy. Right. Yes, that's me punch me judo chop. Two fists together. That's how real people punch. There we go. There's the big punch. Just got to remember. God, this is going to kick my ass after Dark Souls. Okay, yeah, maybe we can outrun the werewolf to the lamp. God. I know it's contrite, but perhaps we do need a death counter for this run. I just want to see if I can remember how to fight the big werewolf first. Oh. So Ganondoodles, that makes me feel better that you forget as well. And you're no clown. Unless you want to be. So McPatches, we finished doing a thing recently which we called the Class of 2020, which was a big group playthrough of Dark Souls 3 again, which was real nice. But obviously with Bloodborne, I'm not going to have the same everybody in it together. So that's why this is kind of like our Bloodborne University further education. Habacha! Yeah! I know Kung Fu! Yeah, what's up? What's up? Oh, so he gets to punch through stuff, and I don't. This is going to take a while. Okay! And Ganondoodles, lurk away, friend. But yeah, we got you. We got you. Oh, so Wolfcrad was asking, having played Dark Souls, does this play differently? And it really does. At first grip of the controller, it's ever so slightly different, but not too much. You always have two weapons, your gun and your trick weapon. Oh, and Quasi, thank you for the bit. And it has this weird little quirk, which I think is where Bloodborne starts showing you how different it is the fact that you can heal by attacking. If you take damage, as you are attacking your enemy, you can then re-heal by going on the aggressive. It mechanically and thematically puts you in the shoes of a hunter. You are not a stalwart knight, progressing through the land of ash. You are a hunter. You hunt the creatures made from the creatures made from the old blood. You hunt those that have warped themselves beyond all recognition in their search for true knowledge, for true insight into the universe. It also limits the amount of heals and bullets you have. In the Soulsian games, you get your lovely little jug of Fanta or Capri Sun or whatever you fucking call it. and you get your Sunny Delight, and then every time you hit a bonfire or you die and respawn, boof, you get your three orange chuggers back. In this, you heal by chugging vials of blood, which you have to acquire. They don't refill. You can hold, I think, up to 20 on your person, but as you progress through, you absolutely have a limit on, and if you run out, you've got to go back and get more. And the reason why this is one of the great games of our time, the reason why no matter how many video essays and streams of this game that it's still worth talking about and celebrating, is because all of these weird mechanics are all in service of an idea. You know, they're designed to make you feel. They're designed to put you into this experience. I once watched a person who shall not be named deconstruct this, like the different skills and elements of Bloodborne. And the guy in question, shocking no one, he was a pale white guy. We are the worst. But he did a really big, loud deconstruction of all of this. And he laughed at skill. That there's not dexterity in this, there's skill. And what the hell is blood tinge? You know, why is it called blood echoes and not souls, lol Waffling? You know, what does your beasthood stat mean? Now, I should have known at the time what it meant was that guy hadn't played the feckin' game. He was just being a bit of a hoity-toity snob about it all. Alright, hopefully this doesn't change anything. Okay, now we're good. Because as the game progresses, we find out that all of these things are actually something. They mean something. So from the very way in which you fight to the manner and stats of your character, they're all set in this world. And I think that's incredible. Now, patches, I don't mean this to sound combative or controversial, but answer me this. Do you really want a remake of this? Or do you want a reason to go through that experience again? You know, do you essentially want another cycle in Bloodborne? Remasters are a great reason to replay an experience that we love. Because there isn't anything about this that really needs a remake or a rebuild. I guess there's a few elements where, like, because of development and time, they weren't able to fully flesh out certain features. I know people in the Chalice dungeons have found half-finished elements. And Rilu, Watto, friend, hello, hello. You know what, Patches? A PC 60 frames per second release would be gorgeous. Oh yeah, and Ozymandias, so we can give this more than it deserves. And again, friends, we talked about this a lot the last couple days, but From Software they're not like a huge bombastic EA-owned studio. They're big now, but they worked to get to this point. Oh, they're offering me some cool weapons. Alright, well, just an abandoned doll. What up, kids? I am going to be going for the threaded cane because it's awesome. Yeah, I bet you thought I'd go for the axe or the saw cleaver. Nah. All about that high speed, good times. I don't know what... pistol or blunderbuss? What do you recommend, friends? I've never been great with ranged weapons, so I'll take recommendations. Yeah, but so Patches, Beasthood is also incredibly thematic. It's essentially how much of the beast's effect your character can tap into without becoming just an out-and-out bloody great big werewolf. And again, that's why this is such an incredible game, is there's so many elements in this that are completely evocative of the themes and the story, down to the stat names and how they're done. Well, okay, so Fearless, I understand how they work combat-wise. It's more like, what do you lot recommend? So, like, Lena prefers the pistol because it's quicker and easier to parry than the blunderbuss. Not a bad shout. Catastros prefers the blunderbuss with a greater chance of hitting the target. That's not a bad shout. And honestly, like, I don't try for a lot of parries. So Ganondoodles, I think I've seen those ones. But, like, honestly, for this, like, I want to hear your thoughts and feels. Like, Ganondoodles and all of you. You know what I mean? So Willing Outcast, Watto and welcome. The heist is going okay. Today, as you can see, we're rocking. I think we've just gotten to 75 strong hunters, and if we can hold at 75 for a good few hours, then we're kicking ass. All right, we'll go for the pistol. Classic combo. And what have you got for us here? Is it a fancy hat? No, it's the notebook. Because I guess the doll doesn't start saying hello to us for a little while. Still nothing? Alright. Let's go guzzle from the pool. Hey little buddy, how you doing? Blood echoes and vials and the ilk. Though it's going to be a feckin' while before we get the Ludwig Holy Blade. But there's other things to take into consideration, like in this, there's no... in this, there's no weight stat. So while weapons are heavier, there's no, at least to my understanding, there's no armor set debuffs for being like super hella weighty. There we go. I'm learning. God, I love that anim. Okay. Hey then, Ganondoodles, then allow me to be your vessel for Soulsian nonsense. Oh yeah, and Catastros, Ozymandias, like I wholeheartedly agree, like by the time you're deep into the paint of this, armor's just... it just kinda is. I believe all we have to do now is go back into Yharnam, right? The thing is, I grew up not too far from a place called... well, okay, no, it was a good ways, but... I grew up not too far away from a place called Farnham, and so... it's upsettingly accurate when it comes to... I forget what's around here. God, it is amazing what parts of this game I have forgotten. Yeah, I think we just got to head back out into the world, do some scraps. I'm not going to use the pistol too much for now. Awakening its application. There we go. Farnham is less bloody than Yharnam. That is confirmed. But no, one of the other things that's fascinating about this is that you can use and wield any weapon. That there's no, at least to my understanding, there's no fat rolling in this. Actually, my apologies. In the Dark Souls series, your armor denotes your carry load. And if you put on loads and loads of armor, you become heavy and weighty. So you take less damage, but your dodge attack turns into kind of like a fall. As opposed to like the excitable gymnast. In this game, regardless of what you're using, you are always leaping around like a gymnast. Doesn't matter if you're using a fecking sledgehammer, doesn't matter if you're using a tiny cane or a fecking cannon. Anyway, it's time for vengeance! What up, wolf? Yeah. So what it means is that, like in the Soulsian games, getting your equip load is a big part of it. Finding your biting point between protection and ridiculousness. In this, it's like, doesn't matter. Yeah, get effect. Bam! That's how we do. Now, let's see if we can still roll the corpses around. Ah! Oh, might have. Got our first blood vial. If you didn't know, because of the physics in this game, if you time your rolls into corpses just right, you can flip them around, and it is the funniest shit. Yes, I will be doing this a lot. Yeah! Give me a hug, Bloodbird. What's up? It's just me and my buddy Drunk Werewolf. What's up, Drunk Werewolf? Oh, hey, Will. Glad to see you're playing Bloodborne today. Oh, thank you, Drunk Wolf. You too drunk to stand? Well, yes, I am, Will. I had 17 Jägermeisters and vomited on the floor. That's when you found me. Drunken Werewolf, you old scamp. You scallywag. Wait, why do you lot part with me again? Now, Will, you should continue on with your adventure. I'm going to lie here on the floor and be very hungover. Alright, well, we'll see you later, hungover werewolf. Bye, Will! But yeah, no, sorry to focus on like the discussion of armor and stuff, but again, it shows you the difference between this and the Dark Souls series immediately. See, cast your minds back. I believe Bloodborne... was it Bloodborne dropped before or after 3? I always get the timelines mixed up. But suffice it to say, the Dark Souls series was doing gangbusters. I know there's a lot of discussion about Dark Souls 2, but Dark Souls 2 sold incredibly well. And personally, I really enjoyed it. So this is pre-Dark Souls 3. But what most people were expecting is, oh, this is just going to be another Dark Souls game, but in a different setting. This is going to be gothic. This is going to be hard gothic, not like the other kind of gothic. No one really expected that this was going to be one of the seminal works of video games. Like, everyone was expecting good, because that was what FromSoft was busting out, but we didn't realise it was going to be so artfully crafted. And I do think about Sekiro a lot, because it went for a similar philosophy, and did good, but it didn't gel with people like this did. Do you know what I mean? It's almost that Sekiro was too different, too weird. That one didn't help because it was definitely evocative of the Tenchu games, which is what I believe people were expecting. Yeah, well, so Patches, I'll tell you this. When you hit Sekiro, it's not a Souls game, it's a rhythm game. Once you get the rhythm part down, it's glorious. But, I mean, Ganadoodles, you're right. Sekiro didn't hit the same, but it was going for a similar philosophy, which is using the systems and mechanics and stats to tell a story. But Sekiro's a very personal story. It's not about you, it's about the character you're playing as. Gong! Every time you hear the bell ring, a werewolf's got his wings. Or testicles off. I can't remember which. It might be the local vet. Patches says a lot of it is learning to deflect. Absolutely. And the game of Sekiro pushes you towards mastery. Bloodborne teaches you complexity and a lot of like reaction-based pattern recognition with boss fights, but with Sekiro, it's all about art and mastery. The other thing about Sekiro is you can't level your character. You unlock new stuff. Oh, it's good to be back! Ah, I didn't realise how much I missed it. Welcome to Central Yarnham, aka Tottenham Court Road. But yeah, it's not just about learning to deflect. It's this whole wonderful system of learning how to use all the different tools in your arsenal. Excuse me! Excuse me, Mr. Corpse! I quite like some friends. Thank you. With Bloodborne, if needs be, you can beefcake grind this. If you end up getting killed a lot, go grind for some vials, level up your character to the point where they can pinky flick bosses into
Sensors
next
online.
year.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
London sure is bloody, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why it's called Bloody London. Because it's a bloody great big mess. Kestrel, thank you for 49 months. How are you doing, you fucking legend? And Catastrophe, oh yeah, no, you can absolutely tear through Bloodborne like a wild beast. And it's a valid strategy. Can't do that with Sekiro. You have to be the ninja. Not just the stealthy stab in the neck, but like the art and mastery of... Hang on, let me whip the shit out of this guy. What's up? Welcome to Yarnham. My name's Dave. I just drive the coach. See, I've got my hand stuck in it. I am absolutely going to be abusing the hot shit out of the ragdoll physics on corpses, just so long as you all know. Ozzy says you can see the old Yarnham Church from here. Oh yeah, that's it there, isn't it? That's that spire in the middle. That's the Blood Healing Church, right? Or am I going completely doolally-tab? And Kandarian, it is going lovely. MDH, I haven't tried out Bloodborne, the PlayStation Bloodborne, because I was genuinely worried Sony were going to get real feckin' litigious with it. Oh, crap. Sir! I thought Sony was going to get super litigious about it, and they didn't, so... I guess we'll do it at some point. Sit down. Maybe? I mean, can't be hating on this Gothic architecture. I think the other thing that really captured people was that coming from Dark Souls 1 and 2, that this game seems to take place in a city that's only just stopped. You know, people still walk the streets. It still feels like these people eat and talk. Their minds are slowly leaving them. You know, as you get out into later parts of the game, you start seeing, hello! You start seeing areas that have been completely devoid of any kind of support or otherwise. And Kestrel, yeah, no, we're doing this with an external capture card, which I had to fight tooth and bloody nail this morning to get working. So mad. I'm probably going to end up just leaving the PlayStation hooked up for a while. Yeah. Nani, the fuck? You all heard that scream, right? The fuck was that? Off out in the distance. Yeah, I mean, Patches, we could grind for insight early, but I think y'all would probably get bored of me just doing that. Oh. Oh, what scream? Sorry, my apologies. Somebody needs this lamp. Hello, Cleric Beast, my old friend. God, it's so good to be back. Yeah, and Aussie, yeah, this is running on PS4. I don't have a PS5. I don't have money for a PS5. And also, I don't think there's anything aside from the Demon's Souls remaster that I want to play. You know? Hooray! A series of pebbles. Now we can be free. But again, to those of you just joining, this is not a first playthrough. I played through this game. I would love to hear all of your thoughts and feels and comments. McPatches is hoping for... is excited for Final Fantasy 16 and hoping it's good. Same. I've learnt not to get my hopes up, but... Wellity, wellity, wellity. This is an old man Daniels. You know what? I deserve that. That's what I get for not paying attention. And for haggling. So Neosho says, are you going to go to Yargul early? Something cool you can notice if you save the nun. Oh, God. I don't think I've done that in previous playthroughs. What would I need to do, Neoshido? And well done, well done. Fearless making a run to the Hunter's Dream without dying.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
This town's finished.
This town's finished. This is Yordam. What's up, mate? You want to feckin' ghoul? Oh, this town's finished. It's a kaleidoscope in it. Yeah, I mean, Catastros, like, that's the opening line to this essay, but yes. Excellent story, FromSoft's single best setting, and everything in this game has relevance. Yeah. Right, you lot. To fight them all at once so I don't get distracted. So Somon, I've not had a chance to look into the elements of that. I believe a lot of people were very, very frustrated with the comments that the devs made about the lack of diversity in the Final Fantasy 16 trailer. Oh, so the big bad folks only show up after we kill the vicar. Okay, thank you. So, die to one of the guys holding a sack and have church armor. Earliest I can think of outside the Odeon Chapel. Alright, so Neo Shadow, like, remind me when we get there, and I'll proc that off, because I did not do that in my previous runs. And, like, Cimarron, I think it's entirely valid for people to critique fantasy for being, like, white as the driven snow. But I just haven't had a chance to have a look at what was done and what was said. So I don't want to speak with any kind of authority. Ah! Hey up, bastard! I'm not ready for that fight. I've not got my sea legs back under me. And to Blue Abomination, Watto and welcome. And yeah, no one's getting quizzed on Bloodborne knowledge. No one's going to be yelled at for being air quotes wrong. Like, we're here to celebrate this fucking game, you know. there's a bloke round here. Excuse me? I'm supposed to be killing one of you lot.
Are you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
I also will say that on the subject of Bloodborne, one of the reasons I love it so much is that thematically, it's not the story of a big evil villain that shows up and tempts people away. Like, it's continuously a story about people trying to do the right thing and then it going wrong. You know, when they find the old blood and find out that it heals just about everything, and it makes you feel good, even if it's a wee bit addictive. Like, the Blood Healing Church, or forgive me, I forget what its full-on title is. Yeah. Yeah, come on, mate. Next contestant! Sorry, the idea that this wasn't started by evil machinations, you know, this wasn't the villains trying to ruin the entirety of it. I really appreciate that. Hang on. Now it's time to throw the corpses, Rend! Boo on them for getting rid of this physics for Dark Souls 3. You have to get the roll just right, but... Look! I give him a little headlock! This is my little mate! He's coming with me! It's my little mate Dave. You alright, Dave? Alright, friend. Alright. And one healing as a treat. I mean, Red Burning Dragon, it wasn't... I guess some of the people did try and play God. But, like, the reason why everyone's infected with this horrible affliction is because they were handing it out to help people, you know?
It's all your fault!
Away! Away! I shall whip you right back into shape. But one of the things I love about this is, and it's something that a lot of people who have emulated the style keep missing, that Central Yharnam is as important as the Half-Life tram system in terms of opening. Because what it gives you is a grounding, and it gives you the stakes at a lowest level. If this game opened with, "It was the 13th age of man. The Healing Blood Church had made these fancy schmancy cocktails that made you feel good, that healed you and gave you the boogie woogies. And it turned out that the boogie woogies were bad, and turned you..." Wouldn't give a shit. Like, at that point, you'd just be like, "Nah, I'm good, mate." But it shows us these people in these half state of transformation. Here we see Central Yharnamites burning beasts. The very things that, with enough time, they themselves will become. And they know this. You know, Yharnam's not abandoned like Andalondo. There are literally people in all these buildings who have barricaded themselves in to avoid what's happening. Wolfcrad, you weren't supposed to like the Boogie Woogies. And as Kestrel said, do make sure that you Boogie Woogie responsibly. They've got the Boogie Woogie all up in their buggy bodies. But while we are doing battle with these little individuals, it's showing us the world. Now, Thymeria, the one we played recently where you played like the Sekiro-style Plague Doctor.
Lads, you've come on. You'd open the door on a night of a hunt. Away with you. Now.
I mean, fuck you too, I guess. And yeah, Fearless. They're calling it the Night of the Hunt, which does suggest that this happens with such frequency that it's got its own name. Like, once a week we have the Night of the Hunt, where the townsfolk who haven't fully gone, the ones who are partially transformed, run through the streets to try and chase down the beasts that would otherwise eat their fecking families. Like, you can understand that. Now, the reason I bring up Thymista is that visually, it does Bloodborne great. Character design-wise, fucking love it. The Plague Doctor meets Assassin, love it across the board. But none of it means anything. And that is its big failing. It emulates the opening of Bloodborne with none of the grounding. You know? When you play Thymia, you start by getting killed, as you do with this. But then you're suddenly transported from dream to dream. You're never given the chance to understand the stakes or the reasonings or the why. I mean, sure, you can keep playing, and I'm sure some context is given, but we're missing how important all of this is. I mean, look, over there. There is the bridge where we will fight Big Mad and Furry, and will lead us into the rest of Upper Yharnam. I believe Upper Yharnam? I'm just going to go spend some of our souls. This time I'll be a lot less stubborn, and I will be getting health. Okay, yeah. Catastros was saying there's implications that the Healing Church were the ones who started the Ashen Fever by poisoning the water in Old Yharnam so they could come and save the day. That's a good point. I'm not saying they were good, but they weren't mustache-twiddling villains. And yeah, the College of Bergensworth were absolutely trying to transcend human limits. They were absolutely trying to become gods. Like... So the doll's not talking yet. Okay, so yeah, now we can talk to the old bloke. Hey up, mate! How you feeling?
Aha. You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I am... Gammon. Friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it.
So jumping back into chat, Catastros, thank you for reminding me we can't level until we get some insight. And as Red Burning Dragon says, hearing the people yell, "It's all your fault," because the hunters were part of the... Now, this is where you'll need to correct me on lore, but by my understanding, the hunters were initially part of the Blood Healing Church. Their job was to find people who had mutated too far, quietly get rid of them, and cover up the fact that the magical boogie-woogie juice was turning people into werewolves. What we are here is we're actually part of a separate unit. We're essentially like, maybe not the internal affairs, but we're the hunters of the hunters. We're a secret clandestine branch of the hunters, brought in when shit goes whack. And as I'm sure you've noticed, shit has gone whack. Everyone is blaming us because they see us in our hunter's garb with our trick weapons and go, "You're one of them. You work for the church. You did this to us." But in a video game perspective, it washes over you because we're so used to NPCs yelling nonsense at us. But no, they genuinely mean it. Oh, and Caldera, I mean, feed the yoggins, it's great.
This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the doll, should it please you.
Okay, so it's Aline as the Hunter of Hunters. But I thought this little... Oh yeah, no, we definitely came in from the outside. We are an outsider. But we've been brought into the Hunter's dream basically to fix shit with this old bastard here. This is essentially kind of like the backup office quarters. Yeah, Lena, like, he is so fucking creepy. Now, I am not a supporter of lecherous people, but one of the things that I kind of appreciate is the moral questions around the doll are a fascinating one. The doll even says later on, do they love you because they're made to love you? Or do they love you of their own accord? They'll never know. This guy right here, like, he gives you super cool weapons, he gives you cool blood powers and shit like that. He would seem too good early on if he didn't have some creepy traits, and that's when we get to start seeing it, you know? Alright. I'm gonna see how long I can go without fortifying my weapons, because... Oh yeah, we don't have that yet. I think that's for runes, right? To escape this dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of spreading scourge of beasts, lest the night carry on forever. The fact that that little thing, the same vehicle for which we have been given up until this point tutorializations, is what literally tells us what we'll be doing. Yeah, Lena, the doll is fascinating. Oh. See, MDH, that's some good living. You know, times are hard for everybody, but I'm always a big proponent of it is better to be well-fed and poor. It is hard to think one's way out of a funk when you're hungry. So, yeah, we're all super jelly now. Well done. So jumping back in, Rip Burning says your brand of hunter formed, I think, sometime after the first church hunter became a cleric beast. Okay, the timelines get a bit squiggly. And Fearless, I don't have co-op available yet. It's going to be a while before I have insight enough to hang out. So just battle through, fight well. To my understanding, you can still join me later on in certain sections. And I guess we have to take PlayStation screenshots of our characters. Ugh. I guess I can print screen, but it's not the same. Also, thankfully, Bloodborne is a slow game. It'll be a while before I can get PlayStation Plus. Okay, yeah, and here's where the extra stuff goes. But yeah, no, so, like I said, I don't... Sometimes giving characters a creepy edge is a good way of presenting some foreshadowing. Because I think without him being so creepy towards the doll, he'd just be this, like, benevolent old man. You'd have no reason to be suspicious of him. Because he gives you cool weapons and blood powers. And he's like, yo, welcome to the hunter's dream. Want to wake from this nightmare? You're like, nah, I came here to hunt beasts. I'm having a great time. Alright, yeah, so we've got to get our first bit of insight, right? Let me just start throwing my face against the locals. I forget what we've got to do to progress a bit. But we can just go straight to Sentry on them. Okay, so Catastros, like, and thank you all for filling me on the reminders and the blanks, because Catastros was saying at some point the old Hunter's Workshop and its sub-workshops are made redundant in favor of the church's personal Hunter's Workshop. It was loyal to the church only and directly. Ah, yes, that's what causes the schism between the different hunters. And Fearless, you are right. Today is the 5th of November. Bonfire Night, or Guy Fawkes Night, as it's known.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo ho, Jeffrey Bezos says hello.
Oh shit, you've been talking with old Jeffy B. Well, Jeffy B needs to watch his wallet and catch these hands! Yeah, we packed the Healing Church's basement with gunpowder and light it. For those of you who aren't familiar with Guy Fawkes Night, it is a yearly celebration where we burn effigies of a guy. No one's really quite sure who he is, but you have to leave like a little plate of forks out for him in the evening. So he's kind of like sad murder Krampus. You don't get any presents, he gets burnt. No one's really sure where it came from. It's a very strange night. It's a very strange night. Okay, not to get into historical bollocks too hard, but can we appreciate that Guy Fawkes Night is the celebration of a guy who absolutely was the ultimate scapegoat. He was the fall guy of a plot that didn't pop off. And he failed so hard. Like, he was left holding the hot potato to the extent they made a holiday out of his failings. Like, you've really got to fuck up for that. Oh, it's me, Dave the Angry One! Yeah. Okay, so, Lena, I had a complete divide by zero moment trying to read usernames. The whole difference between insight and Madman's knowledge is another thing that I find fecking fascinating. Just the naming convention, you know. I mean, that was rude. Oh, there's also another little quirk about the combat system of this game that I love. In that, if you take on enemies who aren't strong enough to survive your attacks, you can't heal through them. Away! Away! What up, kids? It's your boy, me. Yo, I'd prefer if y'all were attacking me right now. This is just creepy. Oh, what?! Did I just get dissed and dismissed by the fucking Yharnam's finest? Come and find me, you twats! I'm so mad. I'm so mad! I can't believe the whole squad went, he's not worth it, mate. Fuck! Wow!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Fucking yo! Camille! Thank you for 49 months. How are you doing? I just got dissed and dismissed by everyone there! God, that's hilarious. Yeah, what happened? They looked at me and went, no, I'm not fighting that Muppet. Oh, have you come back to make me... I don't want pity fights. As I'm sure a lot of you know, the trick with the threaded cane is distance and speed. You're usually quicker than the other person, so you can flick them before they can get their attack off. Or you've got a lot more range than the other two. God. Yeah, Thrain, what's the opposite of stream sniping? Because that just happened. But yeah, so Swolmaz, Camille, everybody who's just joined us. So we're starting our Bloodborne group playthrough. This is the University of Yharnam special. I have played through this, so please feel free to talk about plot points and lore and theories and feelings of Bloodborne. You are weapons free on spoilers, the whole shebang. And Navalis and MDH, thank you for clipping that. Oh no! Ah, Camille, we had a blip when everyone got hit yesterday, but I didn't realise you got wiped out.
That incessant clicking.
For those who don't know, friends, like, something happened at the Greater Seattle region and knocked out power for whole areas. So it looks like Camille's going to be with only one safe route out the neighborhood, and power out for 3 to 5 days. Feckin' yo. Alright, let's try that! Again! I got greedy. I got greedy. Next contestant! Oh, I got greedy. Drugs. Drugs! No! Gregory, how could you do this to me? Gregory the Slayer. But yeah, Camille, like I hope everybody's safe over there. But yeah, we had that moment where both me and Caffeine looked at the lights. They went. Well, that's not good. Went and checked the fuse box. Fuse box was fine. We're like, are we in trouble? Yeah, you're right, MDH. Not enough drugs. Not enough drugs. Yeah, I'm still relearning like the timings and speed of it. For those of you who didn't see, we finished up our Dark Souls 3 playthrough last Saturday, so I'm still getting out of the habit of like shields up, blam blam, and then like big heavy sword crushing face. Oh, Camille, that's feckin' cool. That's feckin' cool. Huh. Swarmhouse, that's feckin' rad. The sub-alert reminded them that they got a Star Trek The Next Generation 1993 Hallmark ornament that lights up. That's feckin' cool! And Camille, I wanted to say thank you again for the, not only the rad as heck Halloween party, but also thank you for the sake. Let's just say that it was a very good time for us to get gifted booze. Because I don't want to... Oh, feck you, Craig. Oh yeah, that reminds me, we need a lot more stamina for this game. Don't skip cardio. Well, so MDH, the trick cane gives you reach and allows you to whip around, which is great. The standard cane's not bad, it's just... And that stab is great after a roll, but it puts you in a very scary place, which is far too close to getting murdered. Swalmaz, this depicts about 7:30, give or take, just after rush hour, but before the pubs really start jumping. Oi! Bastard! Almost. Gentlemen. Guess this guy didn't join in the running hunt. Okay, yeah, you know what, MDH, like, you know, 8:35 is a pretty good guess and all. I would have said earlier in the night, but that's just me. Alright, now which of you bastards has got me souls? I want my souls back. Gun! I will shoot you in your face! On the plus side, friends, is that I can do, like, grinding for goodies while I'm offline. Double kill. Oh, not quite.
hope you and Fiona are doing well.
Smallmass, that's really fucking cool of you, thank you! The dramatic duck has been sighted. Souls have been recovered. And I think I need to get a redraw of the dramatic duck, but with like the Bloodborne tricorn. No, Swellmaz, sincerely thank you. As I'm sure you all know by this point, like, our household is kept upright by this stream, and donations are the quickest thing that gets to us, so we're very grateful. I mean, Lost Flowers is asking at what point during the day do Eldritch Horrors come out. Honestly, it depends on the horror. Like, it's pretty consistent throughout the day. Like, the Greenwich Tunnel is consistent all day, and that is a living entity. As for some of the other creatures, you never really know, but... like, a few of them take the tube. Yeah, don't think I don't remember you, matey boy. Matey boy Sonny Jim. Doop-de-doo apples and pears. That's a trap. Yeah, what's up? Oh, I forgot you're a clever bugger, aren't you? Yeah, what's up?
Away! Away!
You are cursed, Hunter! My navigational skills are second to none! I'm Tony Harris! Depends on if Arsenal have a game or not. Play Nora. Yeah, although, J-Post, I'm with you that I'm not sure morning people are... people are definitely eldritch creatures. Sometimes I like doing the switch stamp on corpses just to make myself feel better. Like, feck you, buddy. But yeah, so, Camille, aside from the generator adventures, I hope things are going good with yourself. Swalmaz, what's been going down? Friends, tell me your tales. Bloodborne is not a quick game. We'll be here for a good while. Unlike Sea of Thieves, it's not suddenly going to become very, very easy. Yeah, also, the size of that werewolf that they're burning. There's also a great... like, admittedly, it's hard to know until you play this game a few times, but the amount of foreshadowing in this area is brilliant. Aperios, what, oh friend? Aperios says they've never gotten further than Gasconaut, or whatever his name is. Oh. Bell sounds, and they all go off for a trundle. Oh, someone's pissed off at me. Woo! Oh, I remember you. What's up? No. Woo! Crossing me little toes there while I'm trading blows. And Dustin, what, oh friend? Hello, hello. The only thing you missed yesterday, Dustin, was the opportunity to name ships for Hero of the People, Dan Jones. But that's about it. Last night was incredibly calm. Okay, so for those of you who didn't get to see Sea of Thieves last night, and again, our Sea of Thieves Fridays are still a feckin' highlight of my week. I'm not even joking. Last night, we were led to believe that it was going to be a PvP mess, a hotspot of extreme violence. And what ended up happening was we had one of the calmest and loveliest nights we've had on Sea of Thieves. We met Reapers and made friends with them. They helped us on an alliance. We basically gave them a ride to a Fortress of Fortune that they wanted to do. And that was the long and short of it. Like, alright. Oh, Swellmans, that's fucking cool of you. But yeah, so we took to the waves yesterday. And the thing was, all the information we'd seen about Sea of Thieves, it was a bloodbath out there. Team v team, just dogged, non-stop deathmatch. And like, when we got there, it was calm and zen and peaceful, and I'm still confused by it. I even told peeps, like, hey, don't worry, I've got Dan Jones on the team, he's real good at PvP, like, he knows what he's doing. I nearly feckin' called Tobias, but I think he's at an event. And do you know what we ended up doing? Fishing! Dan caught a fish that was like 14,000 gold. It's feckin' grand, dude. Hey up, bastards! Oh, someone gets... Yeah. Man, you were not liked. As the rest of his mates go, yeah, don't worry about it. So Perio says they're heading out to get GirlCon for a panel of sober folks. But it's dope to see some Bloodborne. Right, hook up the old PlayStation. Hey, come join us. We got like a month until Darktide. Schooner Dan Later is pretty good. But Dustin, you already gave me Schooner or Later for my sloop. So I wouldn't want to give DJ some derivative works, you know what I mean? Bastards. I know I'm being a bit blasé with bullets, but they're just so much fun. Yeah, Perios, yeah, we got the second most, yeah, as you saw, the second most expensive fish in the game. It's feckin' grand. Are you saying I can dodge bullets? I'm saying when the time comes, you won't have to. Piss. In fairness, for late game, I tend to use the cannon. I've never been good at parries, so it's a big part of... Woo! Haha! Miss me! Get good! You'll smell like farts! Alright. There we go. I'm trying to remember what dash was. You'll hear that noise? That's what we call fine. Grr, arg. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. How does Dan Jones' locker go? That I don't know if that's cool or mean. Don't shoot me! That's illegal! That's... Danny Jones' locker's not bad. That seems more like a Vinnie Jones reference. We can do this, we can do this. Okay, you can tell I'm actually concentrating now. Woo! Oh, he's got the old blood in him. Makes him squirrely. Okay, cause I'm sailing is good. Cause I'm sailing Dan Jones, I think might be a little, like, not quite be enough characters for that, but... I always forget that they can just light you on fire subtly. Bastards. Here are to the people, Dan Jones. Holy crud! Okay, Catastros has already slaughtered the cleric beast. Alright. That's how we get it done. Poppy, no! Now, we're in agreement. Those aren't dogs. Those are shit werewolves. Alright? This is something that we will need to agree on for the rest of this playthrough. That right there, that is not a puppy. It's a shit werewolf. Okay? Okay? Belle agrees with me. It's not a puppy. Cleaver, my beloved. I knew a bloke who got the saw cleaver tattooed on the crux of their arm, so it unfurled as they moved their arm. That was real cool. Oh man, that was some cold blood dew. Do you know you can't get that flavour of Mountain Dew in the US? It's not allowed. I think it's because it contains, like, offal. That's a trap. Lena's doing some chalice dungeons at the moment. And damn, there are some scary-looking enemies down there. Yup! Okay, I mean, feck. When we get to the point, friends, I think we should spend a day in the chalice dungeons kind of experimenting, because the chalice dungeons are one of the most fascinating parts of this. I remember that busting open when I poked it, but I might be imagining things. Dustin, I did invite Joe Cat to come sailing, but they're not a great big fan of Sea of Thieves, which is understandable. It was actually the point when I realised that I might have a bit of an addiction to Sea of Thieves, because I was chatting with Joe Cat, and I was like, hey, here are some games I'd love to play with you, and I mentioned Sea of Thieves, and Joe was like, you know, I've tried it, don't really get on with it, which is fine. But I immediately started to be like, no. Like, let me show you Sea of Thieves. Let me show you Sea of Thieves. As if somehow my mystical superpowers would unlock the true vision. That was a misfire. I'm going to put the gun away. Would unlock the true meaning of Sea of Thieves. Like, and it wasn't that I thought that Joe was wrong. It's that my brain couldn't process. Like, someone doesn't like Sea of Thieves? No. They just haven't had the right experience. Hey, up, bastard. If I remember rightly, there's a... Oh yeah, so we got big and fighty. Oh yeah, so there's big and fighty. It's not. We're not quite at first boss bloke. Also, friends, please remind me if there's anything I need to be doing in the early area.
Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. Oh, you poor thing.
I say, I don't think Sheila here is actually very sorry. Hero to the porthole, Dan Jones is a good one. God, I'm just trying to remember when we open the door and when we get to the next area. Because, yeah, there is a little while before we can start spending our Our blood echoes to make stuff happen. Oh! There's the mangy dead crows. Oh yeah, because the first boss we encounter is another hunter gone mad, which I think is fascinating. What's up? Oh, okay, now you can have your gun back. Sup? Now let's see if I can remember this guy's pact. Apparently no. More drugs! Drugs, please. Okay. Problems? Yes. I'm just gonna have a lot of drugs and it'll be fine. Sometimes he likes doing 3 attacks at once. That's pretty cool. And that's how we get it done. I'll give you bomb. Oh, some shining coins. Ah! Whee! This is why we play Bloodborne, so we can throw around some corpses. Take the plot. Don't worry about it. We're throwing around some corpses. God. Yeah, Chaunerus, I completely forgot about backstabs. Alright, so there's the crows around here, and I think we're pretty close to either unlocking the loop back or otherwise. Now, it's worth saying, friends, the first time I played this, I spent like 4 or 5 hours just in Yharnam learning the world. It doesn't... This game isn't so much a speed bump as it's a reminder. And those crows scared the shit out of me the first time I played this. Thank you! I honestly thought I was going to have more trouble getting back into the Bloodborne mindset, but apparently I just fucking love this game. Alright, where's Jingle Jangles? I hear Jingle Jangles. Backstab's a fully charged strong hit with your melee. There we go. Chaunerus, thank you for the reminder. I can't just dance around them like I can in Dark Souls and then just chonk-a-thonk break their booty. Don't break my butt! You're breaking my butt! I think this is an out version. No? Alright, I'm getting my my whole section of this game mixed up. But yeah, no, I wanted to go back to what I was saying earlier about how this section of the game is important, because I guess because there's a few of you like Keldra who are new here. We haven't done it as hard as we have in the past, but every year around Christmas we do like a replay of Half-Life, or one of the Half-Life games, or one of the mods, or what have you. The reason we go hard on that is because there's something still special about the Half-Life games, especially the OG ones, and they do things that people still fail at even to this day. Puppy, no. Trads. Well, to Ultimate Scrub Lord, one of those 3 things is not like the others. But, thank you. in your face. And that is how we get it done. That guy looks like I feel. Oh yeah, sorry. So every year we play Half-Life, and one of the most important things that we go through is the Black Mesa transit system at the beginning of Half-Life 1, because it's one of those. It wasn't just good for its time; it was genius, and still is. Foul beast! I can't believe you've done this. This town's finished. One of the reasons why it's so important is because of how much grounding it gives you into the story. I think I want to push this in, don't I? You know, I'll take a breath and a beat so I can talk about Half-Life in this. But yeah, so the Black Mesa Transit System is the opening section to Half-Life, as you all know, where Gordon does his daily work routine. He's just gotten the tram as he's heading into the Black Mesa facility. And the tram, excuse me, the tram drives past all of the major plot point beats and areas that you'll be going to later on. It gives you this sense of scale and understanding, whilst it gives you a sense of normalcy. This is Gordon's day job. Gordon is not a shooty gun bangsmith. He's a scientist, probably a bad one. And he is the right person at the wrong time. But what it means is that later on, as you go to these sections, you already have a sense of where you are in Black Mesa. Now, Dark Souls has done this in a few different ways, but Bloodborne does it the best. That whilst it looks like an infinite, gothic, chaotic mess, it shows you the architectural differences between all of the areas you'll be going to in a bit. It grounds you so well in the world. And it shows you the effects of what has happened before you start encountering the why. You know that there are people deformed and twisted. You know that these people are hunting the beasts and also seem to have beef with you. Like, what did you do? You understand that you are an outsider. And now what's brilliant about it is that because of the setting and the grounding and the way it's delivered, as a player, you just assume, like, nah, I'm an outsider because I'm new. You know, I've been to Blackpool before. I know what it's like to be yelled at and chased out the streets by being different. Sorry. But you know what I mean. Catastros, there's also that. However, the longship, unlike Gabe Newell, can count to 3. Anyway, I really feel that this does a lot of that. It's more than just teaching us the mechanics. It's teaching us the effects, the stakes. And I feel that that gets so frequently... Hadouken! Oh man, I thought this was the one where you push the thing in and it gets you cool shit. Guess I broke it. It does such a good job of giving you this world in its entirety. Before you even know who the Blood Healing Church are, before you get to the scholars of bad ideas, but I have to get killed by Big Mad and Bad before I get to start leveling, right? Don't think I remember how not to get my ass handed to me. Okay, I'm gonna fight regular werewolves first. Okay. Deceiveth not. Thank you, Wolf. Okay, so the wait in the well was a thing in Dark Souls 2. They didn't use it again. Thank you, Charterers! Cheek of this feckin' foreigner. You can also get into the church where Alien Crow Lady is and get the insight there. Okie dokie. Locase. Yeah, we just need a little bit of insight to start leveling up. Back of couch! You're on the couch! Alright. Oh boy, yeah, this gets it. Wait, can we head back ways into the church through down there? God, there's so much of this game I've forgotten. Also, it's nice that with the crows being boring and obnoxious in the Dark Souls series, that the crow lady in this was very good. It was very kind of them. Ah, yes. Although, compliment cap, we probably won't be able to enact co-op stuff today. So today's probably going to be a lot of hanging around Yharnam and a lot of nattering. What was I saying? Red Burning Dragon was just pointing out they like the idea that seeing ex-boss gives you insight because you know what they are. I thought I could open up a shortcut back to the leveling from here, but I must be sorely mistaken. Yeah, I think we've got to kill the werewolves and get across the bridge. Proc the big beastie bad word. See if I can fucking remember how to fight him. What's up? Oh, I knew you were gonna do that! Yo! Mia torta! Oh, the shortcut is left on the man-wolves. Okay. So, Catastros says, or run past the wolves, take a left as soon as possible, down the house, unlock the shortcut. That was a great idea that I should have listened to. Now we're back in Yharnam! It's alright, I've got to get my sea legs back under me, friends. And, it's fine. Also, it gives me a chance to hoover up a few more blood vials and whatnot. This town's finished. Keldra, I can't promise you that this isn't a town full of pirates, but there's definitely a lot of people with piratey tendencies. So Red Burning Dragon, again, that's one of the things that's so powerful about Bloodborne, is that insight, alright, was once again like Ashen Embers or Burnt Souls or whatever the bloody hell the resources were for Dark Souls. You start thinking like, oh, insight, it's just the new thing, right? Nah, it's actually a measurement of how well you see the truth of the world and the dark effects that that has on you. It's fucking cool. Humanity, or the equivalent. Now, humanity in OG Dark Souls makes sense because you're fighting off the hollowification. You're fighting off what will eventually turn you into some, like, ungodly creature. Can you bim? You pay for it, rat! Back off, mate. Once again, they seem to give no shits about their friend. Katros, I forget how far in is Rom. Like, when should I start doing like an inside farm? Because it is one of the most powerful features of this game, is that the thing that you think is just like every other Soulsian title turns out to be the very perception of the world. Okay, so yeah, it's the halfway point before the moon pops or what have you. Okay, just, friendos, remind me before we get to that stage, and I will hoover up humanity with a straw. Humanity. Lol. I'll hoover up insight with a straw. bastards! They're kicking their poor mates over. Oi! Don't ignore me! Oh, I have fucked up. I have fucked up now. Oh, he just set himself on fire! Oh, feck off me. Yeah, okay, Rom's after the Forbidden Wood, so it's a long way off. Thank you. But yeah, so in Dark Souls 1, the resource is humanity, because your character's whole arc is they are fighting off hollowification. With each death, you lose a little bit of yourself, a little bit of your humanity. With the ultimate fate of all the undead in Dark Souls is to become these, like, soulless shells. It is only through your perseverance and you struggling and fighting to keep your humanity that you remain.
I'll mash up your brains! Help me!
I'll mash up your brains! God. Now we have to watch a bunch of the Mighty Boosh. The fact that old Greg isn't an enemy in this is a travesty. You got the B-Funk. He's got the C-Funk. What was I saying? Oh, yes! In this, Insight isn't just a stand-in. And for those of you that haven't seen it, what happens is as you acquire it, as you see the truth of things, the whole fucking world starts unfurling. We're talking shit in the sky, we're talking hidden monsters. There's one area where if your insight isn't high enough, you cannot see the thing that will reach down, pick you up, and chew on you like a toddler with a fucking squeaky toy. Oh yes, and Bread Burning Dragon, you are correct. It's only because of your humanity in Dark Souls 1 that you're able to light the fire, which reignites the cycle. You know, you're only able to... Oh, fuck you, mate! I keep forgetting I need to be aggressive when they jump me like that. Bastard. It's hard getting back into the cycle of it, you know. What's up, lads? You're better off dead. You're better off dead. You're better off dead. You're better off dead. Yarnum's not so friendly tonight. Sorry about that. Oh, God, I love this game so much. This is the challenge that I'm going to have playing through this with you all, is not getting completely absorbed by it. You know, this is such an absolute masterclass. I think the thing to take into consideration is that when we talk about stories in video games, when we talk about characters and performances, so often, at least amongst the games industry, we talk about things like The Last of Us. Heavy, expensive, motion-captured, you know, facial animation shenanigans. Which is fine. But we really do need to talk about games like this. Using its own language to tell a powerful story. There's a couple of cutscenes in this, but this is not a cinematic-heavy game. You get to make your own character and drop and write the feck in. And how it tells its stories is the mechanics it has. The style of combat, the way we move around the world itself. When you start creating a title, when you find the kinds of games you want to make, how do you use those mechanics and ideas, environments and combat systems? How do you use those to be evocative? Yeah, Megaboss. Tunic is also very much the same way, and I know Vanderbeest is really keen for us to start Tunic, which we will be doing, friends. It's just... you'll know how the mega list of games is. Plus, I'm going to be sitting there with a book translating the language. Catastrophe says, remember to visit the clinic where you start before fighting Gasacone. We'll call him Gaz. Catastrophe, please remind me, because I will probably forget today. Like I said, do not feel bad pointing me to little bits that I might have forgotten, or for pointers towards like unlocking the umbilicals, because like, woo! I'll away you, mate. Threat management. You lot coming up here, or have I got to make silly buggers of myself? Hey, old bastard! Ow! Away! 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 It's a kaleidoscope, innit? This turn's finished. My name's Tony Harris. My navigational skills are second to none. Oh, you did not just hit me there. I will drink your blood and feel better about it. Yeah, Father Gorgonzola, that's what we'll call him. And Orzine, Watto and welcome. Megaboss, all I'm sure there is, the thing about Tunic is that when we get to it, for those of us that haven't had the chance to play through it, the decoding and deconstruction of that language is part of the fun. As a squad, we feckin' loved... we feckin' loved, what was it? Oh, Heaven's Vault. I'm in a bad place. I'm in a bad way. Away! Away! I need to use my good drugs. There we go. And Orzine, you know what? My day's going lovely. I'm sorry we started so late. I had to do battle with some audio problems. Basically, the capture card was creating this weird, like, popping. Hopefully it's... This turn's finished. Hopefully it's solved in its entirety, but... I don't know. Thankfully, the tech issue was before we got started. Because with the Bezos heists, I need to make sure that I'm doing things on schedule. So, today, if we hadn't been able to play Bloodborne, I would have cancelled the stream and hung out with you all in Discord. I know Caffeine and the squad are all playing Stellaris. Bit of a New Year, New Galaxy going on. But it's definitely better if we don't hang out on stream, but hang out in another manner in the event that the schedule gets feckered. Because a lot of people are putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort to have like browsers up or especially tune in to keep us above that 75 ratio. So I need to make sure that I'm on point, you know what I mean? Yeah, Neo Shadow, it's unfortunate the Bezos heist is a numbers game. Okay, I promise I won't rant about this anymore, because you've all had to hear about this for fucking years. But making a full-time living on Twitch.television is not cause for Bezos' attention. Mr. the Twitch does not know who we are, nor care, because we don't have enough people, because we didn't make the specific number go up, we made the other number go up. I'm not going to bother with him, he's a bit of a resource hog. Now, you kids have got to go. Sorry, Crows, but... Now, I will say, friends, the first time you see one of those crows jump scare someone else, just not stop being funny. Yeah, well, but Neo Shadow, here's the thing. I'm already winning. We're trying to steal from Bezos. We're trying to future-proof the longship, but I can literally turn around and say, hey, everybody. What's going down? It's me, your good buddy. I'm already doing okay. Like, you lot keep me alive and keep this going. So it's not like this is necessary for right now. It's just to try and keep things going for the mystical future, you know what I mean? Alright, let me focus on kicking these guys in the non-denominationals.
Bobby.
Oh, sorry, not Poppy. Shit werewolf. Yeah, werepup. That's what the children of Yharnam look like. Yeah, Elzine, and thank you. Like I said, I'm in for all the help and support I can get for this. And as a friend of mine said, you know, like, the reason we're doing this is because when it comes to platforms and systems... Oh, fuck you, mate! You absolute asshole! I can't believe he's done that! Yeah, I know what you're about, mate. Oh, you did not jump. Yeah, surprise hit from downtown. That guy. Is he just up there now, just doing his thing? Guess he is. He's just hanging out. Hold that thought, friend. Oh yeah, and Wolfgrad, we're doing real good in terms of numbers for the Bezos heist. But... And like I said, if it all goes according to plan, you lot get to see me play Raft. And apparently stream from a bathtub, so that's going to be weird. You'll get to see just how pasty pale I am. You think the white balance is bad in here? I think I might just... Ow! Such an asshole. Jump in. Jump in! No! Bad brick. No brick to face. Earlier on, I'm like, I have so much health. Brick's like, lol. Let's change that. Okay, let's have a breath. Let's have a beat. Okay, and Stooge, everyone's suggesting...
As my friend says, whiter than Casper's ass. XD.
I mean, I hope you never see my butt cheeks nor a spectral butt cheeks, but yes. Where was I? Thankfully, the raft stream and bathtub stream will be separate. If only because I don't want y'all to see me eat shit freaking out in the bathtub and, like, crack my chin open or something. One of those PSAs they have for kids not to jump into... yeah, and Orzine, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm intrigued by Raft. Like, I may play a sharkless mod mode in my downtime after our playthrough, because I love the idea that your base is also your vehicle. I love that concept. One of my favourite bits about that, I was decorating our submarine in Subnautica. Yeah, the puppy just wanted to hang out with us, it's fine. Okay. Up we go! Into the sky! So, we're gonna run past the werewolves and open the door. Yeah, Miyaki Sakura. There's just a discarded pram in the corner. Wonder what happened to that. Orzine was saying that they've been playing a lot of Void Train. That's the one where you can like grapple hook through an impossible void to like collect stuff. It's great. Might be able to take one of them. It does get me my shit. Oh, there we go. Oh! That's how we get it done! Oh! No! Don't bite me! Bad Fluffy! Bad Fluffy! Okay. Okay, we can do this. That's how we get it done. More drugs! Friends, bear with me just a second. Just need to check something. I do apologize. Okay. Sorry, friends, bear with me just a sec more. Just making sure that we're not facing some cheeky technical problems. Yes, Caldera, I am absolutely there with you. I feckin' love that. I mean, there's so much about this game to love, but it's... Yeah, the werewolves are very much the effect. That's my boy. Bear with me just a second. I'm very sorry about this, friends. Sorry, I just I noticed some details while we were trundling through this. Okay. That should be fine. That should be fine. Okay, but I'll have a check of that later. Alright, where were we? Wolfgrad, thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. Now we've got to open that. Excuse me. Terribly sorry. Terribly sorry. There we go. Much better. Sorry, friends. Both my train of conversation and thoughts dropped right out of my head. I thought we had a technical problem that needed solving. We're okay. I'm better than I have been, but technical problems while streaming still cause me to go. So thank you for bearing with me there, friends. Alright, so it's left down here. Mate, I am not losing to you after fighting those bloody werewolves. Fucking bad word. There's goodies there, but I can't remember if that leads to death or just a bad area. Yeah, the cleric beast is at the end here, so that's why we're going back to open up the path back down. Mate, I see you. I know you're here. You two. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Away!
Wow, Catastros has already greeted Aline. Fucking hell. The other thing I do love about this is how it's the folks who are half transformed that are heading out on the night of the hunt because they know they won't make it. Like, they're not like the fishmen of Innsmouth, you know, partially corrupted of their own volition and becoming something more. It's not their fault. They took the holy blood. That's what's turned them into this. And they know it's just a matter of when. So they use their time. Oh, I always feel bad about killing this person. But he always shoots me in the back. Bastard. And when the hunt began, the healing church left us, blocking the great bridge to the cathedral ward as old Yharnam burned to the ground that moonlit night. Yeah. Again, if you haven't seen this game, basically old Yharnam was the first area to start showing signs of the beast transformation. So they walled it in, burnt it down, and killed everyone. You know, the only people who survived were the ones who were sturdy enough, you know? Oh yeah, good old Grandpa Bullets. And he is legitimately great for grinding, lol. Alright, so where are we?
God!
Every now and then, it sounds like they go, oh, fuck you. Just at the very end, and that will continue to make me smile for a while. Oh, these two big bastards. Bane of early game. Hey, Catastros, that's feckin' cool. And it's something I'm absolutely going to celebrate. Right. Still no insight. I'm covered in so much blood. You doing all right in there? I don't know if there's any point returning to the Hunter's Dream. We can't really spend all our ill-gotten gains yet. Friends, what should I do? I mean, I've got to fight the Cleric Beast, and now we've got a clear path towards him. It's just... Should I continue trying to get some insight so I can start beefing out? I could spend it all on blood potions and just be set for the rest of the game. Miyaki Sakura, it doesn't seem to be giving me the prompt to be able to talk to that particular person again. So I forget what their diddlio is. Or I think they change later on and start getting weird. Yeah, you know what, Neo Shadow, you're right. Right now is the cheapest blood vials will ever be. And I don't trust myself to beat the Cathedral Big Dog first time. There they are, big roar. So yeah, let's go shopping. Math is hard, let's go shopping. Sorry. It's a Tobias-ism that seems to have slipped into my vocabulary. God, the doll's not even awake yet. I mean, I can always grind for goodies later. Yeah. I will say the repair has been something I've never truly understood. But I'll definitely take a little beef to the threaded cane. I know I said I was going to probably try and save all those goodies, but nah. Not my style. And, oh no, I might have to grind for items and hang out with you all on Discord. However, will I cope? Alright. There we go. Right. Now I got nothing to lose. I'll tell you what, dear friends, we are coming up to the 3-hour mark. Would you forgive me a break? Hindle, Watto, and welcome. I will be back in a second. Now more than ever, dear friends, for breaks and stuff, please leave tabs and things going for the process of stealing from Jeffrey Bezos. Yeah, I'm going to get some tea. I'm going to use the bathroom. Look at my guy being all spangly. Look at that mustache. He knows what he's about. And then let's keep going. Once again, friends, I played this. I want to hear from all of you the things that you enjoy, the things that you love about this. Miyaki Sakura, I did have food earlier, so I'm good for at least for the short term. And there's mashed potatoes and stew to reheat for later. Hindle, I don't have PlayStation Plus. And right now, it would be very cheeky of me to pick it up because we need money for food. So, on the plus side, it means that at least until we're in the game better, we won't be hitting co-op until later on, but we will be welcoming all co-op. That also means that people will be able to come in and murder me later on. I will be accepting all challenges. Hey, I'm Wolfcrad. I really appreciate that, friend, so thank you. Anyway, right, don't go anywhere. I'll leave you with our lovely hunter. And friends, I'll be back in just a sec. Okay, friends, I do need you to understand that whilst I was making tea, I'm just tottering around the flat going, this turn's finished! Oh, it's the old hunter! Yarnum! I don't know what it is about this game that just brings that out of me, but here the fuck we are. So, Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. And I hope your day is getting better. We're doing good over here. The Bezos heist continues. I just made a fresh cuppa, and we're back in Bloodborne. I love this game. If you've played it, tell me your thoughts and feels. Spoilers welcome. Comments welcome. I got Catastros and a few of the other Bloodborne aficionados reminding me of all the shit that I've missed, which I'm very grateful for. But yeah, today is a celebration of this game. So, you want to talk about it? Talk about it. You wanna say stuff? Go nuts! And if you just want the calm, soothing sounds of Yarnum in the background, then you can. Oh, Ragnar's building the Master Grade Alex. No, oh, I'm so jelly. That is the mech from War on the Pocket, right? That's the reactive armor Gundam, right? I'm not going completely doolally tap. I got to talk Gundam with some games industry friends. Sorry. You see, okay, so I'm faffing around with a bunch of stuff. What you're not seeing is I keep moving this around because I don't know where to put it. But this was the Rocco's Rat's Nest copy that we got given as like an E-Cheese demo, and it came literally on an Elton John Something About the Way You Look Tonight CD with actual like duct tape over the front. And then, yeah, on the inside it says, do not copy Rocco's Rat Nest version 0.12. So good. So good. And I keep fiddling with it, but I don't have a place to put it safely right now. So I just keep picking it up, twirling it round, and then putting it back down again. And yeah, so Ragnar, I've been working on the Zaku sniper from Unicorn.
Was playing D&D the other day, and I was told that the Circle of Spores druid was a hard path to follow. I told him no, it's the path of least resistance.
Multiple rooms in this household. Multiple rooms are perturbed by your crimes. But yes, do drink diesel fuel, look for the green band. To quote a famous poet, why you like this? Oh, and Ragnar, it's just the high grade. They haven't done a master grade. Although you could probably take a Zaku Mark 1 and convert it, but yeah. I wanted to do a smaller kit just as a bit of a relaxing thing. Because last Saturday, we all hung out in Discord and watched Street Fighter the movie, followed by Street Fighter The Legend of Chun-Li, and we got steamingly drunk. And whilst we were watching that, I was inking in the Gundam, just to kind of help with sanity a little bit. Anyway. Yarnum. Okay, so before I continue, I'm going to try and fight Bridge Boss, because I think that's what unlocks leveling and things like that, right? Once I see the monster, then I gain insight, which allows me to see stuff. If I'm correct? Oh, nice. Sorry, Fearless was saying that the Zaku one they converted for the Halloween Spooky Gundam contest was from Origin, so it had the full suite of weapons. Yeah, I've got the Char and the Black Star Zakus behind me, and they come with like the anti-ship rifle, the full shebang. Hey, Wraith, you got to stay on the ball. You disappear for a little bit. Things pop off. But yeah, so unless there is something that you'll feel I should be doing, I'm gonna fight the Grand Beast. I'll push that guy down the stairs. Because I don't think there's anything else we should be doing before we have the bridge fight, right?
No.
God, it's good to be back!
I must live.
This curse! Nail! Don't take his coat! Also, it is no coincidence that the guy that gives you near infinite amounts of bullets is the one you have to face each time you're going up to fight the monster. Oh, actually, Lena, I do have some Molotovs. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
This is a damn curse.
So I can oil them and burn them, proper Yharnam style. So there's one sidetrack to do before leaving Yharnam, but Cleric B first. Roger, roger. The worst part, Wraith, the worst part is that we've reached such a level of, like, digi-friendship that you can hear my comments, and I can hear your laughter. It's fucking psych across the internet! If you're wondering why I glared and grimaced, it was Wraith saying, did you know, looks left, looks right, that the Bezos heist is the Dark Souls of heists. That wasn't intentional. Oh, Lena was asking if anyone would be willing to help them fight.
As a follow-up, I enjoy it when the Circle of Spores Druid is the one scouting for monsters in my campaign.
Really?
With a high enough perception, he might see Liam.
Sorry, friends. Let me just pull out my my phone. How to delete someone else's Twitch account? Feckin' terror. Alright, but Wraith, no, seriously, thank you for the lurking. I do appreciate it, one and all, friends. We're doing it. Like, day 3 of the heist and we're feckin' doing it. Basically, if we can hold steady at 90 for another, like, 2 or 3 hours, then jobs are fucking good. Bloodborne is a game I love. I don't want to rush through it, you know? That improved cane is a lot of fun. Alright. I don't think I need to clear out the werewolves. Right? I think I can just go straight for the beast. Fuck you guys. Oh, that was cheap, mate. Oh, he just broke my face! He broke my butt! Don't break my butt! Uberdan says that they wish they could take the time playing Bloodborne, but their favourite weapon is the church pick. Oh. So, Uberdan, I've played through this, so feel free to talk about mid-late game stuff however you want. Also, feel free to laugh at the fact that I just got my face caved in by that bad word. My personal favourite is still probably Ludwig's Holy Blade. I'd love to be able to do a build that goes towards the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword, but you don't get that late until the DLC, and by that point, it's all about the Ludwig Blade. Angela's asking, what are your opinions on Seattle? I fucking love it. They're trying to move, and they could use all the insight they could get. Right. 1, I do love living in Seattle. 2, it isn't as expensive as San Francisco and LA, but it is expensive. So you don't want to be moving into directly downtown or Capitol Hill. However, so long as you are living either north or south of Seattle, it's really easy to get into the main city. We are in an area called Greenwood, which is still in the Seattle catchment area, and I can get downtown like lickety-split. And I highly recommend looking at areas like that. Previously, I was in an area called Beacon Hill, which is very residential, but is south of Seattle, and borders on a little area called Georgetown, which I love, because it's very punky and it's very bar-centric. Yeah, if you live east or west of Seattle, that is a nightmare. Lena says, any password ideas for community co-op? I mean, just go with Friendo for now. That'll keep us all together. I mean, so Phyllis, I've always loved the threaded cane. I think it's just the thematics of it, but the axe looks feckin' cool. It just, the axe always seemed a little simplistic. Like, you either have axe or long axe. That's rad. But this is, you either have sharpened dueling cane or a feckin' whip made of blade knives. Clank. And you get that move, which is one of my favorites. Uberdan was saying they have the same feeling as I do with Ludwig's Blade, as they do with the Church Pick, that you can only get it until after Ludwig. Yeah. But I should also say, there's no wrong weapon in a Souls game. Like, if you can wreck face with a broken sword hilt, go for it, have fun. We were talking about, like, choices we've made through our runs. In my original Dark Souls playthrough, I accidentally killed the merchant, but I got the OG katana, and that's what I used for my Dark Souls 1 playthrough, and it was amazing. Yeah, Orzine, tapping the cane to end this nonsense. No, full heal from just wrecking that person's face. Mechanoel says the one only Bloodborne run they used the Hunter's Spear most of the way through. That does look rat fancy. Hindle says for Dark Souls 1 it was the Black Knight Sword. Yes. God. It's something that, aside from Sekiro, all the Soulsian games have done so well, is that you feel a real affinity for your weapons. It kind of reminds me about the thing that people say with, like, mastery in Monster Hunter. That even though your weapon is the same as everybody else's, it feels like yours because you build it, you improve it, you get to know it. Oh, and Ragnar. Now, you're right. The the Dragon's Tooth Sword that you get from the Red Dragon Tail is choice. But I killed the guy that would have sold me arrows to be able to cut its tail off. So I had to go in there with my little katana and a hope and a fucking prayer. And the amount of times that dragon set me ablaze on the bridge. I wish I had a supercut of it. Back on YouTube, you can see some of my OG Dark Souls 2 stuff. And I'm not saying that because I feel like you should watch it, but basically I made a supercut of my deaths for my partner at the time for their entertainment. The Drake Sword, that was it. Thank you, Red Burning Dragon. And Mechanoel says with the Souls game, they've done so many runs with so many weapons, they could never pick one claymore. I mean, For 2 and 3, I did go for the Guts Berserk sword, which is closer to the pre-Dragon Slayer than the Dragon Slayer, but I've always been a big fan of Berserk. And for our playthrough when we did the class of 2020, I couldn't get out of the Ultra Greatsword track, but I did end up using the more interesting and less effective. Like, I used the Animu, the Abyssal Watcher's Animu Bullshit Sword, which was a lot of fun. Mate, how do you think it's gonna go? I'm just gonna stab you in the crotch. But no, it's just, when going through these games, you feel like there's something really personal about your build and your weapon, which I think is kind of fascinating. No, puppy, no. Ah, piss. Oh look, everyone's here! Yay! Puppies! Gotta love it. But no, and I think that's something really powerful. I'm very impressed by The Last Hero of Nostragaia, about how it uses remembering weapons to give them the lore and the weight. That's something I've been very impressed with. For those of you who, I don't know if Uberdan, if you saw The Last Hero of Nostragaia, but it's a Soulsian parody game, so it's kind of Stanley Parable meets a Soulsian title. The concept is that you're the last hero to enter this world, and you're a feckin' stick figure. And the narrator who voices this world is so incensed at your entrance, the arrogance that you would have to enter this game, that they actively try and kill you. Because, you know, the land of Nostragaia is suffering from some serious problems.
Cursed beast.
Oh! My navigational skills are second to none! Yeah, Hindle, I'm real sorry. The amount of shite Mighty Boosh impressions this game makes me do is unfortunate. Yeah, you know what, Catastros? I'm going to take your advice. I'm going to make a beeline for the boss, because then I can start beefcaking out. I want your soul.
Please, God, help me. I must live. We all know who's at fault. We know precisely who it is.
Hey, Mecha Noel, I love doing that. When, like, you know, friends or partners like, you can't use this weapon, it's terrible and bad, and then you break face with it. Love it. Mainly because the Soulsian series is very experiential. Like, it's not about can X do DPS, it's about what can you do with it. And I always, always love that about this whole series. You know, for those of you who didn't see the class of 2020, Valkyrie Lurker did an almost all shields run through of Dark Souls 3. And it was incredible to watch. Alright, where did you get the salt? I mean, okay. You're not even that cool. Feckin' we. Alright, let's go, baby! Sorry, friends. All I can hear is the New Girl intro of Who's That Girl? It's Beast! What's up, Crispy? Been a long time. Oh, that was... It broke my butt! Don't break my butt! Yeah. Yep. Oh, Lena was just asking, could someone help them with Vicar Amelia? But they have to be Excuse me, they have to be AFK for a second.
So I understand there's some punk love hunter that's not even worth a bother somewhere around here?
Ah, I see we've met. Shackle, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! And now that we have one blurb of insight, we can see the doll. Now, am I correct in thinking that if our insight drops below 1, we don't get to see the doll anymore, right? Consume insight and ring the beckoning bell to enlist cooperation of other world hunters. Silencing back ends such cooperation. Cool. Or is that... Consume insight and ring the old hunter's bell. Okay, so yeah, Uberdan saying the doll just sits there, but you can still level up. Thank you!
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit.
I mean, I know you're right, but
Did
still...
you speak with Gehrman? He was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose. Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
All right.
Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Okie dokie, so it's 800. And... yeah. Definitely going to need a lot of vitality and endurance. I mean, strength and skill, sure, but I know what we're about.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Yeah, that's... Hello, good hunter, I'm a doll. Sounds pretty sus to me. Oh, what's up? Notes held by messages contain written wit and wisdom. The hunters of other worlds. Okay, here's the thing I can't remember, friends. I've been racking my brain. Oh, yes. Gestures. Woohoo! Personal effects. The doll slash keeper equivocant for Elden Ring. I've seen so many exceptional cosplays of that. How people have been building like the second set of arms is fascinating. Oh, it's just the basics that I forgot to read earlier. Okay, so now we can start getting swole in the event that the beast kicks my arse. Now, Catastros and people who played a lot of Bloodborne. So I need to beat the beast, and then we head back to first floor sick room, right? I mean, quite possibly. The cool thing, like, Lana, these days is there are so many exceptional cosplayers. It makes me real feckin' happy. Trauna says, Cleric Beast is optional. Yeah, and, well, Bryce, I wholeheartedly agree. It's been so exceptional to see, like, cosplay become the huge powerhouse that it now is.
This turn's finished.
This turn's finished! My name's Tony Harris! Oh, I do like the hammer. It's kind of the proto Ludwig sword. Okay, so we are going for the. We do need to beat the beast to get the bridge elements. I'm just gonna try and. Try and get used to murdering all these numpties. Hindle, I do have the DLC, yes. I don't believe that you get those tools until much later, though, right? Like, I'm not going completely doolally-tap. Calm down. I gotta get my sea legs back under me a little bit, you know. Yeah, and Catastros, are we satisfied with the bare minimum?
So, back into old school London for you? And does this one of Soho proper?
We haven't made it to Soho proper, but it's definitely in there somewhere. And it's pronounced Landon! It's a kaleidoscope, innit? But... tell you what. Get the Molotovs going. Because if we can oil earn... I think it's square for those, right? If we can oil earn and then set them ablaze, that does them absolute damage. Cleric Beast, what up? Okay, Tiny Me, get your fucking aim in gear. Stop missing! Yeah, what's up? Blood and drugs. Blood and drugs. I'm not having the best run of this, let's be honest. Nearly, but not quite. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, now you're just backhanding me. So you need drugs. Drugs. That beast's gonna start doing its hippity-scoppity nonsense soon. Welcome to landing, fuckos! That could have been a lot cleaner, I won't lie. But, I'm in pain, extremely in pain, and my bones are broken. Hindle's entirely correct. That is what happens to clerics in London.
So, did the fall of London to the beasts happen before or after the North fell to the robots?
Actually, after. It was the after the North was overthrown by the Robot Queen, and Blackpool became like an unlivable wasteland of mechanical death. It was as the people retreated down south into the walled city of London that the blood curse became apparent. Not a lot of people know that. It's British history.
Wait, Blackpool was ever livable?
Livable's a strong word. You're right. I misspoke a little, but yes. All right, let's go level up. And we got 4 insight as well. Lovely. I forget how much insight we need to start getting before shit gets wild. I think it's like 20 or 30, and the world starts getting real fun.
Welcome home, good hunter.
It's good to be here. Oh, 15 to 25, okay.
Desire? Very well, let me stand close.
Okay, so yes to endurance, yes to health, yes to skill, yes to strength. Alright, that gives us the nicest little buff right now. You know, I'll go for that. Neo Shadow says, Google says there's something at 15, 30, 40, and 50, and 60. Roger, roger. And Dorcius, Watto and welcome. I have been heisting. We are attempting to get the purple tick on this Twitch.television so that we might steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. Jeffrey Bezos. You did it.
Farewell, good hunter.
And to you. Hey up. Hey up, lads. What's up? What's good? So we've got... yeah, the Kirk hammer and the repeating pistol. Also the Yharnam Hunter's Garb, which we do need to get. So... let me see if I've got any of the Blood Echoes enough to start dressing fancy. I think I do, yeah. Use multiple. Nom 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 nom. Not quite enough for the Kirk hammer, but we'll be working towards it. Cheers, lads. So I'll go for the Hunter's Garb, trousers, and the hat. Get the gloves later. Once again, congratulations to... oh god, I need 10k for the Chief Hunter's emblem. Oh goody! Oh yeah, and the hand lantern we need to get on my pants. Alright. Can never have too much of the good gore. And Chodorus is saying for insight, at 15 the church start throwing stuff, and 40 is when the real fun begins. Oh boy. Sorry, Hindle was like, alright, if Jeffy B and Muskrat were in a Saw-style death trap, what kind of sandwich would you make? Oh, Hindle, I'd do like one of those cooking show slow cook setups, like, you know, those like tasty videos where the person like braises some beef and then thin slices it there and then. I'd be doing that whilst the room slowly compacts on them both. Alright. And again, because there's no weight, there's no reason like not to upgrade your cool shit. Look at this guy. Look at this dweeb. Yeah! Crap. I look like Dark Origins Robotnik right now. Yeah, long time to make. Look. I mean, Shackle, that's the great question. Who... am I played by Jim Carrey? Oh, sorry, Fearless was saying even worse, they picked bright red goggles. Oh yeah, you got that full look going. I really want to rewatch Brotherhood of the Wolf. It's not a good movie, but it's fun. And every time I see Bloodborne stuff, I'm like, maybe I want to go for that one. Okay, so what do we need to do now? We need to get beefy, buy the big hammer sword, and I guess work towards no one fights like Gaston. No one blights like Gaston. No one purges Lower Yharnam of these filth like Gaston. I could probably do better. I have to work on that one. The other thing that I keep... Sekiro does this to an extent, but limits how much you can get. All of the items in Bloodborne feel, aside from the pebbles, but feel like they're worth it. You know what I mean? So we need 3k for the hammer, and we need 500 for the arms. I guess we can fight some of the trolls down there because they give us a good wedge of goodies. And then, yeah, I guess we just continue, like, opening up the rest of Yharnam, getting this all together. Not as good as a wink, job's a good one. Hey, oh, bastard! Don't ignore me. It's all coming back to me now. Oh, I'm sorry. That could have been cleaner, but I'll take it. Doop-de-doo, apples and pears. So wait, this way starts leading us down towards the church and stuff, right? Right? Okay, friends.
All coming back. I'm assuming that includes the best ways to take a brick to the face.
Also
Smile.
That. My hunter has a lot of powers at their disposal. Teeth isn't one of them. Okay. Also, Compliment Cap's asking for some aid dealing with the blood-starved beast. I have a name. A few cheap bullets. Jobs are good. Yeah, Ragnar. What's red? Bad for your teeth. A brick. Okay. So, I've had multiple threads about Bloodborne stuff going on in my head, all simultaneously, which I do love talking about. The thing about the items being of genuine value and genuine worth, I really do enjoy. There's no mystical force that reloads your bullets, and otherwise you've got to do that. The blood vials being both a thematic and healing item, I think is feckin' smart. I mean, no one sat around in Resident Evil and thought, hey, why is everyone getting high as balls? Away! Away! Really don't fancy fighting werewolves, so just keep exploring around. Oh, sorry, yeah, Disposable Teeth is Diablo 2, not Bloodborne, Mechanoel. My apologies. That one simple trick that dentists hate. Don't be in Diablo 2. Yeah, Orzine, everyone in Resident Evil is really into their herbal remedies. And I just assume that, you know, midway through the game, they're just all high as balls. Which I don't know if it would help or hinder one's ability to survive, you know, the dark, twisted scenarios of the Resident Evil world. Oh, Blood Cold Dew. Ironically, the only favourite Mountain Dew that you can get in the Bloodborne region. So it's a Yharnam specialty, like ketchup chips. Oh. Oh. Wrong button! Sorry. Remember, they're not dogs. They're shit werewolves. Not dogs. Not dogs. Shit werewolves. Shit werewolves, not dogs. Also, Lena, that's a very good point. If I had to live in the Resident Evil world, I would be high as balls constantly. They're not dogs! They're shit werewolves! This is the canonical... This is the canonical decision, otherwise I will be too sad, and the dogs will eat me. That's where I'd die in the Bloodborne world, is the infected dags would show up, and I'd be like, well, I guess this is where I get eaten alive.
You're a hunter, aren't you?
What gave it away?
Do you know of any safe places?
Oh, yes. So later on, this is the old lady that we can,
I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you hunters got off your asses, you wouldn't be in this mess.
Fair.
You're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not? Yeah, I should have, you good friend. Go on. Well, go on.
Okay. So basically, later on, we find a church that is protected. And that's where we start taking, like, the old lady to and stuff like that. In previous runs, I have accidentally done murders. It has been bad. And yes, I will probably reset the PlayStation if I do an accidental whoopsie murder. Alright, so we're at 900 souls. We need, what, we need 3,500 before we can progress. So let's get scratching.
In previous runs you have done accidental murders. Now you only do intended murders.
Yep, like when we killed Patches. Super hard.
I told you I'd come back for you, Patches. I told you, but you didn't listen.
Foul beast. I appreciate his shadow boxing, I really do. And Nikos, he knows exactly what he did. He knows. He knows why he's in trouble. Now, can I take these werewolves, not swearwolves? Let's find out. In today's adventures of The Fuck Are You? Alright, come on kids, let's rumble. I got shit to do. Oh, so you brought your mate in, coward. Yeah, come on, come on, come on! Who's a great big furry bastard? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Furry bastard. Get that extra spicy whip at the end. Look at that, job's a good one. J-Pose, I don't think I've gotten that far in Vampire Survivors. I think I'm like 60% through, but I didn't manage to get to the point where you can get multiple weapon evolutions beyond the standard. I've not unlocked the Infinite Corridor, I've not unlocked the combined cape of fuckery or whatever it's called. So, I still have a long way to go, but I'm looking forward to it. A few easy murders down this way. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, stop trying to hit me and hit me! Come on, puppies. Also the irony that you're at your most powerful when you're eyeballs deep in about 3 different enemies. Because the speed at which you can heal from their attacks is almost more than they can hurt you. It's brilliant. God, I love this game. Alright. Oh. Since someone took exception to my nonsense. It appears I have been too silly and or goofy. Not too shabby. Alright, we're almost there for buying the new weapon. I enjoy the cane, but I don't know, the Kirk hammer is just a special flavour of bonk. Plus, considering the amount of hammer mains that we have to hang out in the Longship, I think it's a good combo. I guess I get some free goodies from the pros. Okie dokie Lokis. It's a weird ass party, I'm not going in there. Honestly, for speed of murders, probably better to head back. Well, alright, if I kill a few more people up and down this way, that means I can go get the hammer and then go from there. So Bryce was saying unlocking weapons is probably one of their least favourite things about Bloodborne, not being able to use so many toys until way too late. Yeah, it definitely feels like the same philosophy that's used in a lot of like JRPG titles, where you get really interesting weapons and characters and mechanics, but you don't get the chance to use them because you get given them so late in the experience. Yeah, Neo Shadow, it seems to be a bit of both. In a way that's very unsettling. And where's the Dalai Lama? Fight me! Oh, you did not be nice. Now, Chonrus does make a good point that it does make New Game Plus fun. Now, does Bloodborne have a reason for New Game Plus? Because I realised that's not something I've really talked about. I don't know if there's any weapons or items or things that unlock in New Game Plus that aren't available in the rest of the game. And the reason I ask is because there's some stuff in Dark Souls that doesn't show up until later. Oh, it's not just. Let me tell you how this is going to end. You give me my health back and I take your life. And your bullets. Oh no! Sorry, Uberdam was saying that they legit wish they could start the game with their favourite weapon. That's fucking cool, I wish you could too. But also, their hard drive shat the bed, and they lost their previous run. No! That's not fun, that's bad! I mean, not that any of you need me to tell you this, but I will say that at least the armor upgrades in the Ilk really do feel like you get a chance to become a more seasoned hunter. While it is sad that you don't get too many of the good trick weapons until later in the game, it does feel like the game pushes you more towards mastery than it does to like getting the next spangly item. Also, you know what? I just realised it's a bit mean to send a new hunter out into Yharnam on their first day wearing incredibly absorbent clothes. You know, at least send them out with a feckin' rain poncho or something. At least now our character is not getting quite so much gore in their eyes. Man, you just attack forward wherever you are, huh? Foul beast! You smell like old farts from a can. Excuse me! Oh, you stole my idea. That did not go according to plan. Could have been better. You know what, Miyake Sakura? I hadn't considered the American Psycho reference of putting our poor hunter in a seat-proof poncho. Right, mates? Let's fucking go! I'll foul beast you. Alright, so we've got enough for the hammer. Now we just need enough for buying the gloves. Yeah, and feelers, you make a good point. All of the outfits, including the starting one, have a rain hood over the shoulders. Even though it's not initially raining in Yharnam, everything has that rain slick kind of look. But it's not raining. And then later on, of course, you find out that it's because you're going to be... Well, it's going to be raining gore. Hey up! Stop! Oh, he took that whip to the face! You three lads just gonna stand there, or we are going to rumble? Thank you! That shot, while unnecessary, was fun.
It's all your fault!
It's your mom's fault. Sorry, I've reached the pinnacle of wit and humour whilst playing. It's your mum's face. Wow, you lot are screaming ahead of me. I guess I'm spending a little bit too much time nattering. But in fairness, I don't want to leave Central Yharnam just yet. One, I need to hand out a few beatings. Mainly as payback for Baby Hunter Will getting his ass handed to him by these numbers. These groups jumped me so many times in my early playthroughs. Not a chance, mate. It's not a bad idea to stock up on items in the Ilk. Plus...
Call go for 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 call go for.
The Corgo 4 Ealing Church is a dangerous vector. Hey, old bastard. Sup? For Corgo! Sup? You just gonna stand there? Stop trying to hit me and hit me! Oh. His mate is attempting to hit me. Alright, in fairness, I deserve that. Alright. Let's just see if we can handle Big Barry. He's a hugger. You back-swinging backward. Frankly, that was just rude. Alright. Softly, softly. Oh, look at Barry. He gets a feckin' block. Oh, look at me. My axe is so big I don't get hit in the face. On it, Barry! And it's all coming back to me now. Get back, Barry! Oh, friends, you cannot know how many times that guy just handed me my arse throughout so many playthroughs of this game. Crab sticks, there isn't anything here. And Gascon is Gask gone. When we said no one slays like Gaston. Except for Catastros kicking ass. Fucking yeah. Right. It's Big Hammer time. Whoa, okay. Should it be Big Hammer time? And Naru, this bloody stream's going bloody marvellous! Look at how much gore we're caked in. Also, I don't know if I said a thank you. I just realised we're coming up on the 4-hour mark. The Longship started a hype train while I was dealing with the technical issues before we got started earlier today. Like, no joke. Alright, let's go shopping! Hand Lantern we'll have to get later. Kirkhammer, I can't say no. Yarnum Hunting Gloves, love it. Like it, love it, brilliant. But no, I'm a sucker for the Kirkhammer, I love it. One thing that was interesting about Bloodborne over a lot of the other Soulsian games is I actually felt a compulsion to store and collect a whole boatload of the weapons. Even the ones I didn't necessarily have an intention of using later on. Okay, well I've got to train up my arms to be a bit more beefy before I'm allowed. So we'll see if the...
Welcome. What is it?
Welcome.
Very well. Let me...
Alright, it's 14k. We need 2 more bleps in strength before we can start swinging that around.
Farewell, good hunter.
Alright.
May you find your worth in the waking world.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Right. So we want to go... I guess we want to go Great Bridge down towards the rest of Yharnam? Or was the drop-in point that I found earlier? Shit. I'm trying to remember now. This is the point where I do love playing these games with all of you lot, is that when my brain goes completely blank as a slate, I can be like, where am I supposed to be going? Lena, you're entirely correct. The weapons in this are a huge part of the lore, because each of them is made for a very specific reason. You know, they aren't just crafted out of... Okay.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
No one subs like Gazdan, swings an axe like Gazdan, smashes a hammer on undead like Gazdan.
No one subs like Gaston, swings an axe like Gaston, smashes hammers on undead and faces... I biffed it. But XG Johnny XB, thank you. And 45 months in all. And Vanderbeest, I didn't say a proper thank you for filling the pint glass. You feckin' legend. Now. What makes the Bloodborne weapons so fascinating is that, like, Dark Souls is a world of swords and magic and fantasy, you know, legions of knights, peasants making homemade crude weapons. Like, all the weapons that you find in that are of the world. You know, swords made for people, not necessarily you. In Bloodborne, every weapon is made for a reason. I believe the cane... Hang on, can I see the... so... Threaded cane, display... Where is it? Oh, here we go. Sufficiently deadly weapon with a rigid cane base. Concealing the weapon inside the cane and flogging the beast with the whip is partially an act of ceremony, an attempt to demonstrate to oneself that the bloodlust of the hunt will never encroach upon the soul. Like, this was constructed very specifically, very specific purposes for very specific people. Alright. Oh, Catastros, sleep well. Thank you again. Have an excellent rest of your night. And fucking yo, we're doing Bloodborne. It only took us 4.5 years. But no, that's the thing that I find super fascinating. Oh, can I buy the new gloves? I think yes. There we go. Now I won't have to pick blood out of my fingers. Vulture Pony, Watto and welcome. But later on, as we start unlocking some of like the more and more specialist weapons that do wholly ridiculous things, you know, they were constructed to handle beasts or situations or problems. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out that the bladed cane was designed to be kept on you at all times, but the fact that it transforms into a whip specifically isn't just a... Okay, crows, are we really doing this? Sir! Alright, this is... You know what? This is what I get from paying attention. As for you, mate, back and come here! Pulling your bum out. Oh, you did not just! Yes, Johnny, I did get wrecked by crows. That's the hubris of man right there, kicking my arse. Oh, and I think I was trying to say thank you for a hype train that kicked off earlier that I don't think I sufficiently acknowledged, because I realised that through all the tech problems and stress, I wasn't paying your proper attention, and I should have been doing that. I guess because we've got a lot of new people here, I'm probably going to be saying this a lot more than usual, but like, I am entirely supported by bits, donations, gifted subs, the whole shebang. So I am incredibly fucking grateful for like anything and everything, yo.
Oh, look at me. I get 3 attacks. Look at me. Oh, I'm so clever!
Get wrecked. Yeah, I guess that's my biggest weakness, is I never learned how to parry with the pistols. Oh, get fucked! Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Apparently, while the great beast of the healing church could not stop us, a brick can. Get fucked, lest ye be fecked? Feckin' terrors alive here. Before they beat... Yeah, don't beat us over the head with it.
That's my weakness. I never learned this core mechanic of the game yet. That would be a bit of a weakness.
I unlock the cannon later and I just use that. Thank you, mate. Such an horse. Such an horse. Oh yeah, so we needed like 14, 15k to start leveling our strength so we can get Big Hammer. Big Hammer for big move. I'm gonna keep. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe he did just want to show us how good his ring was. A Shackle, you know me far too well. All you can upgrade is strength. What about quests? What if I didn't want to buy the potion? Are they supposed to be stick dudes? Oh, you cursed beast! Again! There's also one thing that's really interesting about the early Central Yharnam design, especially of the enemies, is that initially it's something that we've seen in horror media and horror video games. You are the outsider. They don't like you because you're not them. Like oh, wait a second, you're not me. But it's by the time you start hitting this point and beyond, you realize they're afraid of you. They're afraid of the hunters, they're afraid of the church. The church fecked them up, and they're angry, sure, but they know they're massively outclassed. You know, everything is bad and terrible out there. And because of the way the Soulsian bad guys work, you never really get that sense. You know, the enemies you encounter, especially early on in any of the Soulsian games, are... They're broken, they're mindless, they're devoid of person. They're the sad remnants of those that once were, but these are people. You know, the ones that still have their sanity and still have their faculties are locked up tight, safe and sound in their homes. We're only encountering the individuals who have joined the hunt, probably because, as you can see, they've already started to show effects. They're not out hunting because they're vicious and cruel bastards. they're already fucked, and they're doing something with what time they have to help. I mean, Red Burning Dragon, you're right. It's the fact they have voice lines compared to the enemies in Dark Souls. It makes it mean so much more. Like, they aren't just soulless losses. They are people in their own right. I can barely handle one of these bad words at a time, let alone. What's up? You know what? I kind of deserve that. Drugs! Oh, these guys are great for farming vials. And what's interesting is that because of their style, they're pretty complicated. Comparable to the regular bad words of Yharnam. Only by fighting and dying against them, or fighting and succeeding against them, you gain so many potions. It's great. 2 apiece. So Volchi's saying that you need to shoot them right before they release the attack at the top of their build-up.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was a message follow-up. To the Mental Monk, Watto and welcome. Thank you for 2 months. That's feckin' rad. That means it was more than a fluke. I mean, I'll give it a shot, dear friends, but I think it's going to be a while before I get that down pat. So I think that's the way we have to go to progress. I think this is the way we start going to find the church that has the safe space in, right? Because I recognize that bridge. Okay, device not currently operate. Okay, so that's an unlockable layer. Yeah. You're right, I can't learn without practicing, and sometimes the first step to being good at something is taking a brick to the face. But I am not confident. Alright, it's time to kill shit werewolves. Cannot beat that range though. Take that shit, werewolves. Is the dog still there? No. Okay, so that's a narrative dog. Alright, in we go! Once we hit around the 14,000 mark, we'll start making a move back towards upgrades, because... Ah! These bastards. See, now we're getting deeper into Yharnam. We start seeing the people who've really lost their humanity. Like, the elongated arms are even more pronounced, the bandage coverings. They still have some semblance of humanity, but very, very little. Like that guy, who's just a mess. What's up? Oh shit, he's the guy with the spear. Oh, he's gonna make my day very bad. These Willem Dafoe looking motherfuckers. I'm sorry, I'm sure Willem Dafoe. Yo!
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Agonanarchy, that is really fucking cool of you, thank you. Agonanarchy did 5 to the crowd. So, Krakenmo? I probably butchered that one. But also Captain Disco, Dashkull, Flaccid Yam, and Drifty Potato! Agonanarchy, again, that's fucking cool of you, thank you. See, Naru, that's what I get for reading your comment. I think I got shot in the face. But Naru was saying everyone feels tall compared to the Soul series. Yes. God, I think it was an interview with the some of the World of Warcraft designers back in the day, and talking about how strength is often denoted by height based on your character. And I know that seems such a basic thing to say out loud, but that's the thing that happens here. As you go through Yharnam, they stop hunching, they get taller, the monsters become more pronounced. What's up? There we go! Back in the zone. Back of the net! And yeah, Fearless, that's a really good point, that even at this early stage, you are starting to see some of those Lovecraftian themes. Now, as I was saying, this isn't quite as on the nose as Shadows over Innsmouth, or, well, Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth, where no person in their right mind would look at, you know, the taxi driver Gills McGee and go, that's a real regular person whose cab I should definitely get in. Well, sorry, he was a bus driver, but, you know. And by the time you start meeting people and they're all like, bleh, I'm clearly some kind of frog. It's hard to believe the character's disbelief in the situation, but here, things are already past the tipping point. And it's not because these people wanted it to happen. You know, the people on the night of the hunt are trying to protect, and... should I go get that strength? Yeah, why not? Because whilst we start getting down through here, I should start chipping away at stuff real easy. Oh shit, I forget about this bit. Aha! Feckin' wee. See, I'm not a complete idiot. I do remember some stuff. Fuck. Not dead! That, my dear friends, is what would be referred to as a comedy of errors. Hubris! Thy name is gravity! Yeah, as I was saying, dies. So Shackle says, something I'm not sure on. Does the night of the hunt ever end? Like, you're just hunkered down in the clinic for several hours? Well, that's one of the things that I don't remember is the looping nature of the dream, of you going back into the hunter's dream and coming forward, becoming stronger. The reason they're called blood echoes is, I believe, because they are the echoes of conflict. But in theory, this is kind of like time loop, I believe, that from the perspective of everybody in Yharnam, this is one night that happens. From your perspective, it's a loop happening repeatedly. That's my understanding, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Because, so far as I understand, the hunter's dream is a place outside of time somewhat. It is as much a place as it is a concept. And you being brought there kind of pulls you out of this loop. So it's less like the infinite refreshing of the Soulsian universe, and it's more like you keep trying and dying and trying and dying. Mechanoel says, may we talk about the endings? this is the point. Put your hand up if you mind ending discussion, because, like, I was gonna leap into it. And Navalis, thank you for clipping those. Yo, and if you want to share those clips with the world, you win. But Miyaki Sakura, you nailed it. Yeah, so this is just a point where if you don't want us to discuss the endings, say so now. Otherwise, we'll get into it. Because like I said, this whole stream is say what you want about lore, spoilers don't matter, mock me for my choices of my builds and what have you. As I've said before, sometimes I think if what you want is a clean, absolutely unspoiled playthrough of a video game, streaming it on twitch.television is perhaps not the brightest of moves. But I really want this playthrough of Bloodborne to be a celebration, not a quiet, studious mass. Yeah, my read of it was always that because we exist in the Hunter's Dream, we're the ones outside of time. Like, the night of the hunt is definitely something that went down. Ragnar says, will I do a MechWarrior 5 stream? We've done a few. They're not the most interesting to watch, but they're not terrible. Oh yeah, Agonity, the barking floppy crows are hilarious. But the first time you encounter them, they scare the hot pee-pee out of people. So I'm going to murder this guy and then we'll get back to discussions on... Okay, so no one has said no on endings, so we're going to keep chatting. It's because Lena was saying that one of the endings is where you wake up in the real Yharnam, which is pretty cool. So the hunt is at an end. Okay. I guess what I considered was that you waking up in the real Yharnam means that the actions that you've done, the effects that you've had on the world, have definitely improved things. Oh, sorry. Ah! There we go. Sorry about that. And Fearless, I'll if we have souls to spare, I'll consider it. I don't mind the repeating pistol, but honestly, I use the pistol as a distraction-based "come over here" tool for most of the early game until we get the cannon, and then it's like whoop, 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 whoop. Shackle says they're not sure if any of this, other than the very start of the game, takes place in the real world. I mean, it's kind of like with Hollow Knight in that it's free for our interpretation. How I chose to see it is that this is the night of Yharnam, right? This is the night of the hunt, and the thread in which you clear everything is how the people of Yharnam perceive it. But, like, going into the Chalice dungeons, coming back, going into varying spaces and coming back. Like, you're essentially a time traveler of this timeline. And the strength that you gain, the knowledge you gain from the echoes, not the blood itself, is what carries you forward. But I love the fact that we can have this kind of discussion about it. That Bloodborne as a world, despite how much it's been discussed and deconstructed, there's still room for interpretation, which I really, really love. I find that the quest sometimes for what is right and true in these games kind of ends up getting in the way of a lot of the feel and meaning of them. I just feel a bit bad for these guys, but I'm just going to rush them down. The old Russian attack. Oh yes, we need to get the bloody lantern, don't we? I forget, the lantern's just an object you put on your belt. So jumping back in, Lena was saying that they saw it as the loss, the cycle of the hunt isn't broken and the hunting event for this cycle ends. Okay. Shackle wasn't just saying that they're not opposed to the idea that literally the entire game is a massive fever dream that you're having after starting your blood treatment. Also fucking valid. You know, I know it's a bit contrite, but I've always been okay with the, you know, if this experience is real or not, does that matter? Like, what your character goes through in this whole game is harrowing and twisted. If it turns out it was all a dream, does it make it any less potent? Any less affecting? You know? I know that's a really arty-farty way of looking at it, but you'll know what I mean. I always thought that because of the story of the Blood Healing Church, the effects it has, etc., that there was always a groundedness to it. You know, in Dark Souls 2, it's very unclear whether you are like a dead guy in an afterlife or what. In the other Soulsian games, it's very clear that you are an undead in this world, and this will be your effect on it. Because if I remember rightly, if you don't take out the puppies, I think they all come at you at once. I hate doing it, but it's fine. They're not puppies, they're just shit werewolves. Ragnar says, dream or not, the hunter must be feckin' mental by the end of it. Well, I mean, how much of the truth of the universe have they seen? How much does it affect them? That's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. One I'd love to dive into. But, like, the effect of what they go through is by no means small. Alright, hang on. Let me get to your points in just a second, friends. I need to wreck this with Willem Dafoe in Another Hubbard. So Mecha Noel says, I want it to be canon that the waking up ending has you wake up a new day for once after each night of everlasting terror that could not end. You've lost the safety net of being able to come back via the hunter's dream, but you're no longer stuck in the cycle and can forge your own path. I like that. Yeah, Shackle Dragonis, that's another good one, is you are a person fighting off the blood curse. This is your experience of that. Hello. Oh. Right, there are a lot of blood echoes on the line here. Oh, you did not just. I'm sorry if I mispronounced this, but Vanzadak was saying that what got them was the tombs. When you see all of the tombs, you learn what those are. And it's like, wait, hang on. How long has this been happening for? Yup. I mean, you've got to get deep into the Chalice dungeons to find out, like, oh shit, They've been doing this for a very long time. And you're here just as things have gone seriously, seriously wrong. Also, to those of you who have just joined us, waho and welcome. Navi, he did have a nice stick. It's just unfortunate he decided to put it through most of my fucking torso. I would have preferred it if he'd just shown me. Look at the stick. Isn't it neat? Please don't stab that thing through my feet. Sure, he's the werewolf with everything. He's got mutton chops and spiky bits aplenty. He's got bad breath and matted fur galore. Wanna know how many teeth he's missing? He's lost 20. But who cares? No big deal. Something, something raw. If anyone's done a Little Mermaid Yarnum cover, congrats to him. It's deserved. Yeah. Now. Oh yeah, and Fearless, the Dan Olsen Foldable Humans video on Bloodborne is totally worth your time. Now, Neoshow was pointing out that both Dujara, or however it's pronounced, and Aileen both make mention of being of the dream previously. So always took it as you've resolved this hunt, but the problem will come back quite possibly. Also the fact they say hi to the little doll. They've been where you are. You're not magical and special in that regard. Now that doesn't remove the potential for the... Oh man, I have to cut him down and come back? Oh, guys are the Feist. I'm just going to be more careful when I'm up there. Oh. Nope. Wrong way! Too busy! That's how we get down and out. Yeah, so either these are characters referencing what you're going through or have literally come from the same place. Now, one of the things I love about this game is how, again, as I was saying, it's free to our interpretation, a lot of it. I've often said that I'm not a huge fan of all of the fan theories because some of them start using things that were removed from the game or that weren't changed. And as a person who has worked on a lot of video games, a lot of the time those cuts aren't made for any other reason than because you gotta. You know, people don't cut. Oh, I can get my souls back. Lovely. A lot of the time, content isn't cut. Oh boy, friends, I wish to apologize for that misspeaking. That was very bad of me. But a lot of the time, content isn't cut due to narrative reasons. It's more due to, like, spec and space. And so, like, a lot of the time, things that aren't put in aren't... They aren't deleted scenes left on the cutting room floor. A lot of them end up being, like, placeholders and weird things, so... Oh, well, so Ragnar, I was actually saying Sekiro is more of a rhythm game. Dark Souls 3 has that stodgy, shields up, blam, blam feel to it. Like my little hula hoop moves. Oh yeah, sorry, so to those of you who've just joined us as well, hi, I'm Will. Should have introduced myself when you came in. I worked in the games industry for 10 years. And then I kind of fell into streaming for a living, so hello! I'm currently questing for the purple tick. So, in the words of of Diablo's most useless character, stay a while and listen. But yeah, no, and you are all weapons free on thoughts, feels, spoilers, the whole shebang. I played through this once before, it has been a while, so if I miss narrative beats or story beats, you feel free to yell at me. What, Navi? Okay, I'm just making sure I'm doing my introductions. Yeah, Weisendag, I agree with you. Like, when you say Vandella, Blood Moon drops, or Trazini, what a friend. Like, it feels like you have a very serious effect on this world. Hey! What's up, crow friend?
Oh. A hunter, are you?
Aye.
And an outsider?
Double aye.
What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights.
Saturday is beef. Got it now.
Here,
Sorry.
to welcome the new hunter.
Oh, thank you.
Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now.
So there's some philosophy to get stuck
Still
in.
lingering about.
Aye.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Unnerved by a few beasts.
23 months already?
Heck yeah, Lucums.
No
Thank
matter.
you. I can thank you.
Without fear in our hearts. We're little different from the beasts themselves.
Aye. Shake it off.
What are you still doing here?
I wanted to make a friend.
Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
Alright, alright. Thank you for the free goodies. I'll see you later. And yeah, Naru, insights are dangerous in this game because the more insight you have, the more you see the truth of this world. The more you see the truth of this world, the more shit can fuck you up. Ignorance is bliss in Bloodborne. And that is something I think about every feckin' day. You know? I'm gonna work out how to get down. Oh, there we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. And Vassie was adding with Ellen, they love how the game clearly shows you. She is past her prime. After helping her the first time, she sounds so tired. Yes. Like, the hunters that are still in command of their faculties and still fighting, like, yo. Well, Agonaniki, that's a lovely thing of you to say. And Mechana, well, yeah, you know what? Those are the tactical tips that I need to get through this.
What you need to do is hit things with your weapon, but do it like different from what you did last time. And like better.
God. Well, well, well. If it isn't Spiro the Wagon? No. What up? Hadouken! Yeah, the Coffin Maker really loves his craft quite a lot here. Although, again, when we start getting into the Lovecraftian themes, this isn't the first time we see them, but the fact that the coffins have to be chained shut tells you a lot about this world. And Fearless, congratulations. You made it to Father Gas. I'm the one that's got to catch you lot up. Good hunter. Not as good as a wink eye. Alright, you two, gun brothers. Double kill! Multi-kill! Oh, Kilimanjaro! The fact that Bungie haven't contacted me to do... sorry, 343 haven't contacted me to do the announcer voice for Halo Infinite is shocking and insulting, as clearly I have the vocal chops for it. Yeah, and forgive me if I just call you Vass for short, but yeah, when you see the reason for why those coffins are chained. Oh, we gotta fight Piggly! Oh, I hate fighting Piggly. Always makes me feel super guilty. Alright, well, I'm gonna bully some crows first. That'll make me feel better. Oh, actually, so Naru, that is a real historical fact. That due to a lot of stories about it in like Penny Dreadfuls and things like that, there was a rash of fears during the Victorian era of people being buried alive. So they would have contraptions like bells and things like that to allow them to signal that they weren't dead. It's one of those things that it's ridiculous that in that day and age someone would get buried alive because embalming was still a thing, you know. However, if a rich person offers to pay you a crap load of money on their death for something that's completely pointless, you know what? Take it better. You know? Ah, here's this crow. The first time, this crow scared the shit out of me. Leapt through the barrels, screaming at me, flailing. Yeah, and Vass, that's another great thing. You don't have all the pieces of the lore in this game, but it feels like it's there. It's an incredibly powerful trick, and whether it's intentional or whether it's by construction of just having to cut pieces of the game or what have you, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you how much of this is intentional brilliance and how much is like happy accidents. But it is exceptional. And there's no doubting that. It is genuinely brilliant. The fact that we can choose to interpret this game in so many ways, the fact that the gaps left in the lore leave us able to discuss and deconstruct like you can with the really good art, is so wonderful. And what's brilliant about it is we're not scraping for meaning where there is not. There's so much. It genuinely feels like they wrote this incredibly massive, fleshed out world. We just get to see pieces of it. Do you know what I mean? Mechanoel going with no one should have to deal with this much unadulterated hog. What you did there? I saw it. Sorry, crows. I mean, you bastards would kill me given half a chance. Oil urn. Love it, love it, love it. Trying to remember where everything is. 2 bells! Ding ding. Okay, if I remember rightly, that's a massive fucking trap, so I don't remember what that is. We basically go in, drop down. That's a pile of murder crows. Oh, no, we need to cut that person down first. Before we head into the sewers, go fight the rats and get the things we cut down earlier, yeah? Yeah. Oh, no, it's just a lamp. I love lamp. Let's risk it for a biscuit. Hey, at least this place earns their sewer level, you know what I'm saying? Oh, those are some pre-murdered crows. My apologies, friends. It's got a real, like, here's what I murdered earlier. Alright, so Piggly's that way. No, Piggly... Okay, no, rats are that way. So this means Piggly's down here. There's Piggly ahead. God darn it, I get so turned around. I will say, it's one of the things that the Soulsian series has done incredibly well. These do feel like places where people live. As bizarre and ostentatious as this, like, Gothic Victorian architecture is, it feels like a living place. Probably where the sewers always feel extra stanky. Oh god, yeah. And Vass, I mean, at this point, we're just like doing a victory lap of things that are great about Bloodborne. The sound design. Sound design. Sometimes it makes me jump. Sometimes it makes me want to scratch my arm and have a shower. But it is above reproach. Wait, do I have to fall down to get to the rats? Yeah. Yeah, see here, you can hear the pitter-patter of the rats. Hey! Hey! What just happened? Well, that was weird. Where'd you get some madman's knowledge? Yeah, I did lose connection, but my controller is here, and the PlayStation is here. Like, it's not like it's having to go back to Calcutta and return. And it was plugged in, but okay. Do I want to... Friends, do I need to deal with those rats? I can't remember. Also, we're not far off getting the big fancy hammer going. Oh, so this isn't where Piggly is. Where the bloody hell is Piggly? And Vass, I've not had the chance to go deep dive into Elden Ring yet. One of the downsides about streaming is that sometimes you have to avoid playing the brand new hotness because everyone's playing it. According to a bunch of stats, like Elden Ring was the most recorded and streamed video game of the whole year. More than Minecraft, more than Fortnite, and that's incredible. I am very much looking forward to it because obviously I dig that Viking aesthetic, and I cannot wait to see how they turn their hand to a proper open world. Lucum says, do you want the new weapons over by the rats? Yeah, I guess I've got to drop in. Alright, I'll go get it, Lucums. Just got to work out which side it's on. Because I got to pick up one of the corpses, yeah? Because one of the corpses has a mark. Alright, so which side? There's one on each. I'm about to do this. Alright, we'll start with this side. Whip the rat! Whip the rat! Don't let them eat you! Whip the rats! That's a lot! This is bad. Ratatouille? More like Ratatouille. Sorry, that was... I am very sorry. Ooh, saw spear. This is a nice little dank basement of sorts. What up, rats? It's your boy. Man, these pistols. I forget what the saw spear's deal is. But it's essentially like the switch axe. But then when you go into transform, you get that nice, yeah, you get that nice long distance set. Not too shabby, but I'm looking at you, Kirkhammer. Right. So I guess we'll handle the rats on that side. I might even use one of the head back to the dream tokens. Mainly because on top of all the banter and natter, I have consumed a pint of tea as well as several pints of coffee today, so I gotta pee. Oh yeah, and transforming the saw spear is a way to lose some serious fingies. There is not quite the same amount of elfin safety that you would find on the others. Sorry. I feel a little bad, like, rats might be hideous and plague-ridden, but they're just living their little lives. Like, this is the bad ending to Ratatouille, the video game. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to take us back to the Hunter's Dream, because the thing is, I very rarely ever use these. Oh yeah, and Vass, the fact that the transforming adds these really lush combo maneuvers with additional mechanics. Again, Bloodborne does so much more with less. And again, this isn't a critique. The Soulsian core series, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, are based on these grand, sprawling, like, gothic fantasy worlds. And so, of course, there's a gajillion swords with a gajillion uses. But quite often, a lot of it feels like wasted effort. There's so many that you never really use. Right, where's the doll gone? Hey! Oh! Excuse me! I need to level up! I need to get strong so I can use my hammer! Oh, tending to the garden. Hello!
Welcome home, good hunter.
Good to be back.
What is it you desire?
I desire to be beefcake strong.
Very well. Let me stand.
A wonderful creature. Give me the gains of strength.
Farewell, good hunter.
Later. Yeah, here we go. The Kirk hammer. Now, the back to this always feels a little bit weird. So we get to keep our combos. We have our backstab and all our fun stuff. But then we gain this. Bonk! Bonk! I mean, you can write a novel in the time it takes to charge up that special attack, but let me tell you, they are going to feel it. Hey up, lads! What you got for us?
Oh, hello there! It's us! The tiny bastards of the pond! You looking for something special?
I actually don't know what those slot would sound like. I assume like gremlins.
Like
But gremlins, but nice? And Aganaki, you are correct. This is the weapon that proves that I am, in fact, the true king of England. Suck it, big ears. I have the hammer now. I have the high ground. Yakuni Sakura, you're right. The hand lantern is 2,000. I should pick that up. But I read that as Hand Lantern 2000, which I'm like, is that a new metal band that I never heard of? Heck yeah. It's going to be a long time before we get Ludwig's Holy Blade, so we might as well take advantage. I mean, Ragnar, that's kind of how I imagine them, but I don't know, they seem much nicer. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Vass was pointing out the combos you do with the hammer. Like that. That big sweep. And with this one, where you actually wield the hammer in your offhand, break someone's feet, and then just keep going. You know what, Robin? I like that. The idea that Hand Lantern 2000 is like a competitive band to Sayonara Wild Hearts. Right, you beautiful, lovely Mother Hubbards. We've still got loads of people going here. The heist is still going well. So, I'm going to take a quick break, because I desperately have to pee, and then let's fucking keep going. I might nuke up some stew and whatnot. Yeah. If you've got any questions about the Great Bezos heist or what's going on, please ask in the doobly-doo. in the chat box, not the doobly-doo, that's YouTube. In the chat here, and the rest of the lovely Longship will inform you. I think, yeah, Midnight, I think he's in the garden hanging out somewhere. I tell you what, we'll hang out with these lads. They know how to party. They like to party. They like to party. And yeah, let's keep going with this, friends. This is such a beautiful game, and the best part isn't just getting to play it, but it's getting to share these stories and experiences. I want to hear all of your tales about this, friend. I really do. Like, feck, we've talked about Bloodborne so much over the past 4 years. And this is the first time we're streaming it. I think that's real cool. You know what? Yakety Sakura, I think that's a bottle. Like, I think they're trying to sell us some cheap booze. Those cheeky lads. What are they like, eh? Okay, I mean it. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then let's keep going. Hop-a-cha. Well, hello there. General Kenobi. Hop-a-cha. We're still going. I got my big hammer. These two little lads keep trying to sell me a dodgy bottle of what's apparently like Goldschlager or something.
Have you been in the kitchen?
Have I smelt the glory and the... Okay. Encountering your cooking has reminded me that I would totally end up falling for like the blood curse of Bloodborne. Because I smelt that chicken and you could tell me that's people. That's cursed people meat made with magical demon blood. And I'm like, cool. Take 2.
So much garlic. I think I accidentally overdid the garlic.
I don't know if you heard that, friends. What was that? Like, I accidentally, and then it was like, me, overdone the garlic. That doesn't process. Does that make sense to you? I guess I don't understand. How are you all doing, friends? Lance, what? Oh, and welcome. Welcome to Yarnum. Friends. So I was checking my phone while I was peeing, multitasking. I heard talk, and I don't want to alarm anybody here. I heard talk. There may be a semi-decent kebab place in Lower Yarnum. So if you all haven't eaten, I reckon maybe some couple of kebabs, maybe a falafel. We can head to Lower Yarnum, get some takeaway. Yeah, J-Post, I heard, needs more garlic. Caldera, yes. There is nothing to this more than more garlic. Anyway, I'm just going to close the door so the New Year, New Galaxy don't get Will in stereo. No one's ready for double Will. The Yarnum Shawarma. It's Yarnum best chicken. Lena's like, I've eaten a dodgy kebab, I wouldn't touch Yarnum kebab. Yo, you know it would be delicious. Slow cook it in the healing blood. Jobs are good. Would you possibly turn into a strange werebeast? Careening around old Yarnum, tearing Hunter limb from limb? Possibly. But it would be tasty. It's actually one of the things that... it's one of the things that I did find so fascinating about this one was that, the holy healing blood was both, like, good for you, cured what ailed you, and had, like, like, minor euphoric drug-like qualities. So, it was like, wine/opium with none of the downsides. If you could literally use wine to heal your greatest illnesses. But then side effects may vary. Shit, where do we want to be? Actually, Central Yarnum will get us back down there quicker. And gives me a chance to get used to using the hammer again. See, Ragnar, I'm getting a little bit pissed off at the cooking TikToks. Because those people have way too much time on their hands. Like, they do cooking like I do arts and crafts. They spend all day on one thing. It's great. But I get so jealous of the different, like, garlic bread recipes where people will, like, raw crush their own, like, garlic butter goodness and then put that on some ciabatta and Thankfully, the house is permeated with a delicious chicken smell as Fiona's doing, like skillet, slow-cooked garlic chicken, and it smells amazing. See, okay, so Shackle, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I'm not saying this to start fights, I promise, but when it comes to the Elder Scrolls series... Bonk! Bonk! That wasn't quite enough bonk. When it comes to the Elder Scrolls series, I often think about how they really need to consider having more options that make the player's playstyle weirder. So, if you didn't play through Skyrim, I mean, don't worry, it's on literally everything. But through the DLC, you encounter... Well, I guess you encounter the werewolves in the main game, and the vampires are part of the DLC. And the thing about it is that there is no downside to either. When you first encounter the werewolves, they're like a hidden cabal. They're like, hey, like, don't tell anyone. We try and we're trying to like control our cycles, but when we do, like, we have to lock ourselves away. It's implied to be very spooky, very scary. If you get werewolfism, you're fine. All you gain is a new mode where you wreck face. There is no downside to being a werewolf. And later on, you can have the same with vampire, and I think it's like you're weaker in the day, but not really. I would really like to see the Elder Scrolls games we've got coming up. I'd like to see them embrace the roleplay elements a bit more. That, you know, if you become a werewolf...
This is a damn curse.
Oh, yes, Shackle. There are downsides to being a werewolf. If someone sees you transform, they call the guards. But, like, other than that, like, go hide in the chicken shed, turn into a man-eating beast, and then become everyone else's problem. So Robin was saying this, for the vampires in Skyrim, there's blood-feeding mechanics that make your vampire powers better, and weaker from the sun, which is mitigated by drinking blood and stuff like that. Yo! Now, MDH, I know you know, it's not that Bethesda aren't interested in roleplay, it's that Bethesda is now such a big entity that, even with infinite Microsoft money, they still have to succeed, lest they be gutted. And they have to succeed at a huge AAA point. Like, they can't afford to feck around. Which is, honestly, kind of sad. Like, they can't afford to do cool shit with roleplay. Wish they would, but again, is what it is. The thing that strikes me is that, considering the open world nature of it, and the manner in which their stories are told... The stories of Skyrim don't really transfer from town to town, outside of, like, the Arcane Quest and things like that. I'd love to see something like vampirism, where if you go out in the day, you start getting burned badly. You know, that you have all these incredible magical powers, but you've got to find places to sleep and hide from the sun, otherwise... The werewolf could be hilarious of adding, like, a frenzy mechanic, but those frenzy mechanics tend to be less fun because they take control away from the player, which isn't fun. Oi! You're not allowed the magic pixel. You're not allowed the magic pixel. It's going to take me a while to get back to learning how to use the hammer. Yeah, and Shackle, this is the same world where you can put a bucket on a shopkeeper's head. Now, I still stand by my theory, which is the shopkeepers are aware of exactly who you are, and they definitely take a, if I don't see it happen, it's not a crime, because they don't want to get Foos Rodard up into the cabbage lands, you know what I'm saying? Was there goodies up there? No, I don't think so. And Crowfriend's gone by now, right? Okay, so I need to start learning again. And to the sneaker, or test sneaker, Watto and welcome. Yep, we're doing Bloodborne. We're going to be doing Bloodborne on Saturdays for the Bezos heist. And I just got my face broken. I got to get my timings down. Away! Away! Bonk! And that's how you get that done. And Vanderbeast, thank you for asking. So the heist is going well. Today we've been holding well above 75 for most of the day, and it's going well. Yeah, Agoniki, it could be an insurance thing. We're talking about Skyrim. I was saying that I'd like to see more roleplay elements, like, you know, like the special classes having more downsides, or I should say, like, the vampires, werewolves, extra things. You know, I'd love to see, like, a warlock system where one of the Daedric's lords offers you power, but at a great cost or something. It could be fun. But we won't get that for Elder Scrolls 6 because it's too big a commercial product. They can't afford to be weird with it. They're not puppies, by the way. They're people who have turned into shit werewolves. Just so long as we're all aware. Bonk. Shonkus bonkers. I actually wish I hadn't said that out loud. But yeah, sorry. So Vanderbeest, going back to your question, the heist's been going very strong so far. Day 1 was 130. Day 2 was 79. Today, I don't know. But we've been well above the threshold for Bezos. Bonk! Ah! God, I love this game. Okay, so Ragnar, sleep well, have a lovely rest of your weekend. And I know Fiona and Peeps are streaming tomorrow, so we might hang out on their channel. Because I've got a Gundam to put together. That's my little treat for the weekend. Yeah, Naru, we hit the Bezos peak and we kept going. Oh, where's the gun bloke gone? There he is. Oh, what the? That's what I get for looking away. Bonks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. Oh, wow. Lena, you are on a roll. In the 4 hours that I've been faffing about, I haven't even gotten to Gaston yet. No one thonks like Gaston, no one bonks like Gaston. No one chonks like Gaston. It does help that you get like a cool little short sword as well. Yeah. That's how it gets done. Bonk! Oh, Avast, absolutely. I never got the gun parries down. So... Vanderbeest, no. No one chunks like Gaston, no one bonks like Gaston, no one raises the value of stonks like Gaston! Okay, but someone's got to have done Bloodborne to Disney, right? There's no way nobody's done that. Goofy, no! Gahuk! I'm drinking the healing blood! Fuck! Of course, Daffy would be perfect for the hunter's garb because of the beak and the goggles. That would be fucking brilliant. Well, Naru, thank you kindly for the blessed and simultaneously cursed image. Agananaki, if Disney bought From Software, what would the new Disney princesses be? So we'd have, that was messy, I'm sorry. So we'd have Solaire's mum from Dark Souls. We'd have Big Dog from this. Also, oh, what's her face? Oh, from the iconic poster, sits in the chair. Late game boss is gonna absolutely make me regret my life choices. Yeah, Maria. This dance finished! My name's Tony Harris! Sorry. Maria would absolutely be a Disney princess. Priscilla's Big Dog, right? I'm really bad at names. I'm exceedingly dyslexic, so that does mean that remembering names is not my strongest suit. And sometimes they get real creative, like Loriana in Sea of Thieves. So Vast, that's one of our other ongoing games. Every Friday night we play Sea of Thieves. We got a load of people on Discord who are all about that life. It's like, wait a second. Why am I bothering to feck around with you lot? You get staggered from my little sword. You don't even deserve the bomb!
Laurie? You mean Navi?
Hey, I have something really important to tell you! Is it the Sea of Thieves is under attack and Flameheart is coming? The Sea of Thieves is under attack and Flameheart is coming! Oh! Lost Flowers, no, you're entirely right, yeah. Priscilla is the cutie patootie half-dragon girl from the Painted Dream with the big tail, who I always feel fucking guilty when we have to kill. Amelia is the one who turns into Doggo. Thank you, Lost Flowers. God, you can tell how long it's been.
Navi's Valentine card. Hey, missing. You.
I want to be mad puns. I do. But that's cute as shit. Also, bacon and puns. Thank you. Wait, Miyake Sakura, we don't have to kill her? Whoopsie! Well, now I feel really guilty. I'm so sorry I have to do this. Oh, you really don't? Oh, there's no other way. There's so many ways. Oh, I'm just going to have to do a murder. You don't have to murder. Dustin, I couldn't possibly comment. Alright, so where's... Oh, who are you, mate? You're not my dad! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Alright, back in the... What's up? I just threw your mate off the side. What are you going to do about it? No! 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 What did I just say? Yeah, what did I just say? Did I need to shoot him multiple times in the bum? No. Did I? Yes. Was it fun? You can't know how good that was. Oh, actually, here's a question on the subject of, like, did they ever release the Metal Gear Solid collection for PS4? I just had a realization, because one of the other games I've been wanting to stream with all of your lovely selves is Metal Gear Solid 3. because it turns out there's actually a large number of people in the Longship who haven't seen that played through, and it is one of the great games of our time. Now, don't hate me. I would still say that Bloodborne ranks higher on the artistic importance scale, but Metal Gear Solid 3 is definitely one of the great works. And I'd love to stream it for you all at some point. I'm considering doing... I might end up doing Metal Gear Solid 5 before it, just for ease of use, but... Oh, Vass was just saying that Vicar-Amelia fight took him a while. I mean, that's very understandable. Red Burning Dragon. Or, here's another idea. I could main any other weapon. Sorry, I was chortling there because I put a tweet out yesterday saying that a lot of game dev friends were going over to a site called Co-Host. Now, we're all probably sick to the back fucking teeth about hearing about Twitter, so don't worry, I'm not going to get into it. But I did notice that a lot of game dev friends were going up to Co-Host, so I posted about it. And so many people in my DMs being like, well, actually, all of them white blokes, of course. And one guy went on a whole thing about how it's overreacting and don't worry, and, you know, Mastodon is better because of these reasons. And I was like, look, I'm not your dad. You go where you want. I don't care. I just wanted to invite you all along. And the response I got back was, okay, no, I hear you, and I didn't mean to sound patronizing. I hope this hasn't removed any chances of you being my dad. And I'm like, okay, that's funny as hell. Also, I'm a bad father. You do not want me as a dad. Jumping back in, so Vass was saying that Metal Gear Solid 3 for them is the right mix of movie and Kojima-esque styling. Yeah. 4 was like making a movie. 5's still sad it doesn't have a real ending yet. Peace Walker is exceptional. Although Peace Walker also suffers a little bit of the inconcise ending. You don't really get the big weighty story beats until after, you know, the main battle against not Metal Gear. Well, Naru and everybody, I try and be a good pet dad. The thing is, I don't spend enough time with them, and I think that's where I'm really failing. And Amos is stronger than me, so I can't train him. It's very difficult. So I try and work very hard so that, you know, they get all the good shit. I work hard so my guinea pigs can have a better life, you know? But jumping back, so Vass, I do agree with you. The emulation of movie style and Metal Gear Solid 4 is such a wonderful mess of a game that I do think it's worth studying. What Metal Gear Solid 4 taught us about narrative and interactivity and what users consider to be theirs or not is fascinating. Also, much like Metal Gear Solid 5, it shows the importance of good, strong production. There's a lot of superfluous stuff in both Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5 that weren't in 3 that frankly did not need to be there. There's so much they could have trimmed and ended up having a much more cohesive experience that wouldn't have become the gigantic, you know, bloaty McBloatface that it would go on to be. And again, I'm not just throwing shade here, but I don't think that Metal Gear Solid's 5 lack of, like, final act, I don't think that's entirely Konami's fault. I think if there'd been a stronger sense of production on 5, Kojima would have been more focused on getting the bits done that mattered. With MGS4, there's so much bespoke content in there that really doesn't serve to push things forward. It's opulent in its... Ah, my knees! Oh, I needed those! Sorry, it's opulent in how it spends its development budget, and that really comes across. And with 5, that was going to be even more ostentatious than 4. What was interesting about Death Stranding is that somebody on his team was the Kojima Wrangler. Somebody on that team was an exceptional producer. And Death Stranding is a complete and solid game with a brilliant ending. Oh yeah, and Vass, I wholeheartedly agree with you about like Peace Walker and its whole arc. Oh yeah, so friends, I'll talk about any video game. I fucking love it. Angel Kalina says that the kiddies want dinner. This is another reminder to those of you in the Longship Discord. There is never a bad time to post pictures of your pets. We always want to see your kitties and your dags. We haven't seen the chinchilla in some time, but I know they're there. Yeah, Kestrel. Someone on Death Stranding team held the leash and the bait meat. I mean, I was going to say the cold water squirt gun and the Scooby snacks. Hey, well, Naru, seriously, thank you, because it does help with the Bezos heist, and I like to think I could be entertaining to pets. I like to think so. Supposedly, yesterday when we were doing Sea of Thieves, Dan put the stream on in the living room because Amos was having a bad time. Okay, sorry, to those of you who are new here, Amos is our youngest puppy. We got him last December, and he is a sweetheart, but he has so many medical problems. He has skin issues, he has allergies, the whole kit and caboodle. And right now he's super sad because his muzzle had a huge flare-up, and he scratched it, and it was bleeding, it was bad. So he's had to wear this big inflatable donut collar, so he doesn't chew that or chew his paws. They're healing, albeit slowly. And... oh, Rilu! No! Well, Rilu... on the plot... I am so sorry. What I was about to say before I realised what I was saying was, well, don't worry, Rilu. We'd get you an inflatable donut and give you cuddles as well. And I was like, wait, no. So when you say that to another human, that is very different. But I want you to know, the train of thought there was absolutely PG-13. Because I just imagined you on the sofa with the big donut collar being like, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Pet me and bring me food. Yeah, Bacon. Poor Amos is allergic to the world. Yeah. Oh, I mean, jumping back from the dogs and Will getting into embarrassing conversation hooks. Vass, I do agree with you. Metal Gear Solid 3 is much like Bloodborne in that it's a great seminal works, and how they're able to do that on such a small console. It's weird. I remember there being a great big ham-shank style hog somewhere around here. There was like loads of blood echoes and tried to break my face several times, which I thought they were down here, but I must be losing marbles. Oh, well, Vanderbeest. I am so pathetic when I'm sick. One of the things that I got in the genetic lottery, which I'm very grateful for, is that I can put off being sick for quite a while. But when I am sick, I am the most pathetic individual. Like, I'm not one of those people who can, like, tank through with a cold or flu. I make sad noises. I just kind of flop around. I find the biggest hoodie I can wear, and I'm just like, I'm so sad. Just so sad. I know you're down there! You guys are the worst. I'm going up. Oh, okay, so we're not too far from the hog. Down in the corridor, okay. But what if we didn't go down to the miserable pit of death and squishy marshmallows and just went up instead? Sorry, Rilu was saying they can tank organ failure, and have. But give them a paper cut or stub toe, and it's the worst. Oh Ooh. Really? We doing this, crows? We doing this again? Why are you lot like this? They're just so angry. A madman's knowledge. A man eaten to death by stinted half-crows. Oh, there's Gaston. No one claps back like Gaston. Yeah! So, Vasek, which side quest are we coming up on? Because I do want to make sure we're doing those as part of the run-through. But friends, for those of you who know Bloodborne better than me, please do not feel bad about telling me what I'm missing.
Wretched outsider. Trying to fool me to open this door. Heavens, the depths of depravity. Wretched outline of heaven.
Oh yes, we get the music box, and then we have to take it to different places. God, I'm blanking it so hard. Wraith, I think we're getting close to Soho. I'm pretty sure, like, we get through Father Gaston this way, knows where Soho's at. Also, I do love how the red lanterns will always indicate areas where you can talk to people. So we're not too far off of going. We need to go. Okay, cross the crows. We'll go down from here. There we go.
Who are you? I don't know your voice, but I know that smell. Are you a hunter? Please will look for my mum. Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him, but now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared.
Find the girl's mother. Fuck yeah, we'll do it.
Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it.
Okay.
Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box.
Tiny music box.
It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so silly running off without it.
Yup! It's not that your mum ran off to go, you know... okay, you'll have to... Friends, you're going to have to tell me how to do this one, because I've completely forgotten. But I do love this, that... Again, unlike Dark Souls, where everything is already fucked, this is in the process of things going to their worst stage. Like, when she's so casual about, sometimes Daddy forgets us, so we play the music so he remembers. That's because Dad's a gangly-ass beast now. He eat people. Yeah, Library Nerd, of course this story has a happy ending. Of course it does. Yeah, your mother is fine and safe and very alive. Lie to child. Oh no! Rilu says they've been dealing with an infected eyelash follicle. Those are the worst. And going on to say, Rilu's like, yo, your girl can handle sepsis without breaking a sweat, but this? A sty, an infected eyelash? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, Shackle, exactly. FromSoft only knows how to write the happiest endings. Mecha Noel, the answer of is this game exactly what urban England is like? The answer is yes. That's why Wraith keeps asking me if I found Soho, because this is an authentic recreation of central London. Not a lot of people know that. So Val says after the fight, You fight Viola, her mother, close. You decide if you want to give her the pendant and tell her the truth, or if you just use the pendant to get the blood gem and then send a girl to find the safe place. Oh, yes, so we either tell her the truth, or... Oh, yeah. Well, Vass, please feel free to remind me what to do when we get there, because... It's a little combo. Sorry, Wraith was saying, I think of the Eurogamer Let's Play with Johnny, and I hate that it's another one of those names that if I look at it and try and read it, it balks it, but those lovely individuals. And I hear you're a werewolf now, Father. Are we all supposed to be werewolves? I wouldn't be a werewolf if I thought someone was going to see me being a werewolf. Yeah, and Lena, those two are feckin' great people. I don't know, yeah, I looked at the writing of that person's name and brain lock. And Nivzilsling? Nivizling. Nivzling. Ah, yes, that well-known British name. Thank you for the follow, Whoa, and welcome. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, just that I knew Johnny ages back when they started at Eurogamer 1,000 years ago, and they've always been feckin' cool. It was so good to see the Dungeons and Dragons streams that they did become a really big thing. It's feckin' great. Most people became aware of Johnny when he did one of the most interesting pieces of editorial writing, which was in the run-up to Fallout 4. They were giving away Vault Boys, like an actual physical plastic housing for your Mobley phone that you could wear. Johnny wore his for a week without taking it off. Not in the shower, not going out to the pub, not to pick up mail, and wrote about this whole experience, and it was incredible. Oh yeah, Lena, everybody in the British games industry knows each other. It's so tiny. You wouldn't think an industry that large would be so insular, and yet... Mechanoel says, I can't remember any of my days in Manchester past 6 PM. Weird. Strange that it's because of a random werewolf plague, and not because you got sloshed. Oh no. Mechanoel, see, that's the whole thing. You get home the next morning, and you're like, oh boy. And so I was out, and I had one beer. And then moon was full, werewolf plague took me, we were running around and howling. You know how it gets. Yeah, well, so Wraith, it's one of those things that I don't know Johnny.
Everyone knows Johnny. British game devs get together and it's all Johnny. Do you know, Johnny? Do you know?
Johnny, do you know? Johnny, do you know? Do. Oh no, and Lena, like, thank you for correcting myself and Wraith, because it's how we get better together. But yeah, I don't know Johnny well enough to be like, yo! Because, like, when I talk to them would be at a lot of, like, events, like EGX, or, like, Eurogamer pub meets and things like that. I think they were based out of Brighton for a while, but I might be just losing my mind slowly. But yeah. Sorry, every time I see these big guys now, my brain goes, "'Cause I'm bald, mean, and full of beans!" What's up? Probably could have handled that better. Oh yeah, but so the little girl's quest doesn't continue until after Gaston, right? Oh yes, and Library Nerd, this is the one where you can keep thwacking them to get health back. Like, this whole game is conditioning you to be the aggressive hunter of the darkness. I fucking love it. Avas, you're right. I should learn how to parry. The failing is mine, but here we are. I thought he was going to smell me sooner. Puppy! As the one advantage of the whip is that when the dogs go past you to try and bite you on the bum, you can get them with the backswing. It's great. Oh, but yeah, I should reach out to Johnny. I should see if they want to chat and do stuff and things. But it's hard to judge people how comfortable they are with stuff like that. Because one of the things I've been trying so hard not to do is not to, like, hit up any of my industry friends and be like, hey, I'm only talking to you because I want something. Okay, dog. One of us is gonna have to... One of us has to stay still. God, I'm trying to think of who else. Because when it comes to doing stuff on Twitch.television, it can be very hard. Like, I've been on both sides of the conversation. Sorry, let me just kill this guy. So one of the things that happens is that when you become very successful in a certain field, people start coming out of the woodwork and being like, hey, hey, hey! I hear you can get me a video game, / give me a raid, / hook me up with X, Y, and Z. And it feels bad, man. It feels bad. Because what happens is those same people will dissipate to the 5 wins when you're no longer there. There is a voice actor turned content creator turned POS who shall remain nameless. I don't think any of you have interacted with him, so it's not like I'm not changing the names to protect the innocent or anything. But let me tell you, when I was over at CA, he was best friends. Like, getting DMs on the weekly, every event, he'd be like, hey, how's it going? Soon as I was no longer video game wise, didn't hear a bloody peep from him at all. As soon as I wasn't able to provide him a thing, it was like, bye! Now, I'm not saying that you have to remain bestie super friends with people, but the sheer drop of it was like, you shiesty bastard, just because I can't get you a job. I thought we were friends, you know, we shared beers. I thought we were friendos. Yeah. Now, there are a lot of industry friendos that I have that I worry about being that. So, like, I spent a larger portion of my games industry career trying to get Alex Gross, aka Octopimp, as many VO gigs as I could. Now, he's a big deal now. He's always been fucking brilliant as a vocal performer, and the fact that nobody else picked it up before still irks me to this day. But I asked him to get involved with some game projects that I've worked on. He did some... he's done VO for games that sadly will never see the light of day, which is very frustrating. But one of the reasons why I don't hit Alex up is because he's a really big, like, core pillar of, like, our Twitch-tile friends. And I don't want him to think the only reason I'm hitting him up is because, like, hello, now I stream, I need your help. Do you know what I mean? And then also you get peeps like Jesse and stuff like that who are so busy all of the time. Yeah, and you know what, Wraith? I think it would be really cool to sit down and have a proper chat with Johnny, let them tell their story. Honestly, I'd be interested to find some other peeps like myself. People who were game dev and then went over to content creation. I know there's got to be some. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Lena, it is a challenge, but it's one that's worth balancing. I will always err on the side of caution so that people don't think I'm taking the piss. Like, all of you who watched the stream yesterday was like, I didn't want to bug DJ about coming down for Sea of Thieves because, again, dude's got a massive following. And even though we've worked together and we are friendos, I don't want him to think that I'm trying to exploit my friendos for clout. I'm absolutely going to drop on these people and break their face. Ha! Do! Can! God, I love this hammer. Take that, you soggy boys. And that's how we get it done. Also, my character is now sorted. Really? You saw what I did to those other peeps, and you're just... Actually, you know what? That guy playing dead, I respect. This guy being like, those other people were complete weirdos. But me, I have a plan that will completely and utterly succeed where all others have failed. And all he gets is golf teed up into the rafters. Yeah. The good hunter with the good bonk. Anyway, sorry friends, I don't mean to go on about like industry-specific stuff. It's just, it's one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of crossover streams with people who have big Twitch viewerships, is because I don't want them to think that I'm trying to, you know, pull their audience away. And I've had people that have pulled that nonsense with me, and it hurts. Like, it really does. Anyway, I've gotten to say my piece. I've gotten to have my word. Right now, I am blown away by everybody's support for the Great Bezos heist. You know? I'm already lucky enough that I get to do this full time. But I get to do this full time, and when I went, hey, I need help. Like, there's 90 odd of you here. Look at this friendo counter. There's 438 of you. Fucking thank you. Alright. You know what really I can see doing that? Yeah. Wraith, it's been really cool to see everybody coming together for this. Now we're just going to keep it going for 1, 2, 3, 4 more weeks. 4 more weeks. And yeah, like, outside of the heist, I do try and make stuff that I feel like peeps can come back and hang out with. Like, one of the interesting things about doing this, like, professionally is that, you know, you get to hang out with a lot of people when they're looking for work or have bad sleep patterns. And so as they fix those, you don't get to see them anymore, but you still feel that, like, yeah, I got to help. Woohoo! At the moment, our longship goal over the winter is to watch every, and I mean every, video game live-action movie. And so last Saturday, we sat down, we watched Street Fighter, which is still brilliant, and terrible, and then The Legend of Chun-Li, which is just terrible, and oh boy, did we drink. Yeah, Zeke, I'm almost glad you have a terrible sleep pattern, because if you didn't, we wouldn't get to hang out as much. Sup, kids? Yeah. Oh, well, and Wraith, that's the great thing about the Longship as a whole, is it's not just me. I've said this a lot, but, like, I'm not a personality or an influencer. And a lot of the cool shit that's happening on the Longship, sorry. Oh! I forgot about that. Hey, kids! Guess who remembered he's got a swing? I completely forgot that I have an additional moveset whenever I have my my hammer, because you don't get your second hand free with the hammer, so you can't use the gun. But you do get alongside Little Bonk and Big Bonk. You get the Kathonk, the Stab, and the Big Bonk. Yeah, sorry, that was a half-assed end to that sentence. The TLDR is what I'm really proud of, is the Longship isn't just me. In the other room, everybody's playing Stellaris. Earlier on, there was Sea of Thieves peeps, or... Like, Tasty, were you lot playing Sea of Thieves or Payday 2? I forget. And Wraith, I hate that you're right, that the Legend of Chun-Li is the Dark Souls of Street Fighter games, because it's painful. Like, Dark Souls wishes it could hurt you as much as the Legend of Chun-Li does. Alright. Silly crows. Is this where Piggly is? No. Oh no, Tasty, that's way cool. I've installed Payday 2, I played a couple of little missions to kind of get my feet back under me, but it's so... There's so much new content, even for someone with over 100 hours in that game. I'm so lost. My whole build for OG was, I kill dozers, I kill specials, and I make cops fight other cops. So I have like big armor, big survivability, and I go, oi, you, go shoot those guys. And I don't know if that's viable anymore. I don't know if that's real. Oh, and Fallen Angel, thank you very much for the lurk. It is very appreciated. Tell your cat we say... Psst, 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 psst. Yeah. Tell your cat I say meow. Ultrazini was doing Sea of Thieves last night and got the adventure out of the way, but it took almost 5.5 hours. Kept getting server merged and going back to the Reapers to pick up the quest all over again. No! That's not fun! You know, Vass, I didn't know that! Sorry, Vass was saying that there's no invisible walls in Bloodborne except for Chalice dungeons. Shit, yeah. Also, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3 having almost no invisible walls was a definite power move. Alright. So my muscle memory remembers how to do all this nonsense. Bonk! How do you think this is going to end for you? Oh, need a little bit closer. Little bit closer. There we go. No, that was his fingies. Aiming for his head. There we go. That's what we wanted. Fingies!
The Street Fighter movie is the best movie ever, dedicated entirely to explaining how a cast of characters got their default outfits.
Hey, they go to great lengths. Although they make Dalsim's one a bit weird. But, you know, he's supposed to be a genetic super scientist and not a guy that does fake yoga. I hate that I keep forgetting the name of the comedian who did the Street Fighter interviews. And it's the people running the Street Fighter tournament interviewing all the combatants before the tournament begins. And the one with Dalsim still stands out, where he's just like, you understand yoga is a non-violent practice. And you, checks notes, say yoga fire, and then light a man on fire. Oh no! Vass, you do not have to worry, friend. This whole stream is a celebration of Bloodborne. Go ham. Like, I know I'm moving real slowly, but it's because I want to stop and talk with you lot. Shockingly, I like chatting with y'all. I know. What a feckin' surprise. Oh, get down, little crow. What a surprise reveal. Will likes talking. But no, I genuinely believe this is one of those great games. You know, this has a quality and a cadence to it that people will be studying for a long time. And one of the things that's fascinating about video games is fucking crows! That's fascinating about video games. I'm trying to make a point here. Alright, so there's Piggly. Sup, Piggly? Come on, Piggly. There we go. You're okay, Piggly. Come on. Come on, buddy. Okay, it's very true of all video games, but for as much brilliance as this is, not all of it is completely intentional. There's a lot of things that are brilliant about Bloodborne. Ow! Piggly! I'm sorry, friends, I can't believe he's done that. Well, surprise, Mother Hubbard, I'm here and talking to you voluntarily. Yeah, that was so nearly my fucking death. But we can open this pit up, so... Go spend some of my souls. Wash off the literal blood and shit that we're covered in. What was I saying? Oh, just that... Because the language of video games is still being written, it's not like with cinema where the manner in which we tell a story is solidified, so it's how you use that language. In games, we're still learning new ways to do stuff. So it's entirely valid to construct and deconstruct these games, because as our palette of tools for telling stories in games grows, as we learn more, do more, have access to more technology, the lessons that we can learn from these games, these like seminal works, become more and more prevalent. Half-Life 1 is more important as an example for storytelling now that we have access to things like, you know, full facial motion capture and stuff like that. Hey up! Mama! Ooh! Just killed a man! Bonked a hammer on his head. He's 15 pieces and super dead. Mama! Life had just begun. Oh, Captain Stephanie Barnes, what a would welcome! But now I've gone and thrown it all away. That shouldn't have worked. I should be exceedingly dead right now. wow, yeah, we already killed everybody in here. But yeah, we can... I'm going to go back and spend what we got before we start taking on Pigley and continue. Because... I'm not going to beat Bohemian Rhapsody Bonk. Bonkhenian Rhapsody. Fuck! That was such a good joke. Why did I miss it? I'm getting booed from the other room for Bonkhemian Rhapsody. I'm not sorry!
Welcome home, good hunter.
It's good to be back. It's good to get a
What
fucking
is it
shower.
you desire?
But no, like, I just wanted to articulate off of what Vass was saying, like, I'm not gonna get bored listening to the things that you all love about this game, because
Very well.
there's still so much to understand. It's like, intellectually we get a lot of the reasons why Bloodborne is such a great creation. But there's still so much more for us to understand of it. It's like, shamanistically we understand how it makes us feel, but getting into the science
Farewell, good hunter.
of why it makes us feel is
May you find...
is incredibly powerful. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, hammer on, 'cause nothing really matters. I'm just going to spend the echoes to... Yeah, Kestrel, this game is super weird. But do you know what's brilliant about it? Is that all the weirdness has a reason, all the strangeness has a point. And I think that's what's so special. A lot of us jumped into this game after playing Dark Souls 2 and was like, oh look, it's Victorian Dark Souls! And we run around, we hit things with big hammers, look at my sweet coat, like look how cool my guy looks! Look at that! That's fucking cool as shit! I've got a hammer that does this! Let's break face! And then it starts dawning on you that it's not random. This isn't like a Daikatana type situation where a bunch of guys just thought up cool shit and threw it at the wall until it stuck. Unfortunately, too much of it stuck. That's another story. But everything in this is either about or in service of the story. The ridiculousness that you don't need to know anything more than what button does what. The game never says, hey, you don't know who the Blood Healing Holy Church is. You can't progress until you do your homework. The game never says, you've not mastered this resource mechanic nonsense based on the stonk exchange. Good luck. It just lets you keep going. You can progress through this game with a combination of giggles and extreme violence. But to stop and look at it, there's not a hair out of place. That fucking gravestone that I'm behind, that the doll can sometimes be seen tending to, it's not just random where the doll is when you come back. That means some shit, you know? Yeah, and Vass, as an initial premise for a game, it is brilliant. You show up, old dude in a wheelchair's like, cool, go kill some beasts. Don't worry about it. It's like, what's the plot? What's my motivation? Don't worry about it. Go to Yharnam, kill some beasts, live your life. Bryce with, it does demand you master resource management of the bonk exchange. Yeah, but I wasn't going to paper over that. Sorry, Mechanoel's like, and now I'm going to be writing Bonkhemian Rhapsody for the rest of the night. You're welcome! And the thing is, do you have a friend that's a hammer main and monster hunter? Brilliant, great, wonderful. You can start singing it to him. Oh yeah, and Captain Steph, it's very Lovecraftian. I try and say very, very mythos-esque, because, like, Alright, if you need to know the story, by the way, Overly Sarcastic Productions has an exceptional video on Lovecraft the person, who basically got dumb lucky with a lot of his writings and inspired things that were much better than him. But yes! Vass is also adding that the tomb is the only one that exists in the real workshop, and the connection with the Hunter's Nightmare is a beautiful theory on itself. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wraith was saying that guessing there are ways to play this game where you learn nothing about what's going on in the background, and ways where you learn too much, and they both are the point, yes. In fact, the insight mechanic is a great example. It's easier if you are ignorant. The game is simpler if you do not know the truth of this world. Less things can hurt you. It's fine. It's fine. But as you become more insightful, as you see more of the truth of this world and what it has, it is scarier, it is more dangerous, and it's more horrifying. It does such a wonderful job of the trying to understand the unknowable. You know, it's something that a lot of Lovecraftian-inspired mythos stuff has struggled to really represent. The hunger for knowledge and the cost at which that comes. Yeah, you start wanting to know more. As the secrets start to be revealed, you want to go in, but it becomes more dangerous and more scary. God. And that's where this succeeds. The problem that we've had with a lot of the AAA narrative games is they grab you and they say things like, I want you to feel like this. This is what we're doing right now. Did you see it? Did you see it? I need you to... Are you feeling? Are you feeling things right now? It doesn't give you the choice to just be in the space. How much you emotionally invest yourself in this world. Now, it helps that Bloodborne has a cracking combat system that encourages you to get real fucking fighty. It's fun. But how much of the story and how much of the emotional impact of all these acts is entirely up to you. This isn't a QTE that makes you beat an animal to death and then points the camera back around you and says, how do you feel? You did wrong. It's like, no, I didn't do wrong. You made me do this. Game. Not narratively, but mechanically. Don't turn this back on me. Bloodborne's like, hey, go nuts! Welcome to Yharnam! I love that. I love that. Shaka was asking if there's a way to complete the game and stay under 10 insight the whole time. Yes. Ah, yes! And Sneaker mentioning Spec Ops The Line. Now, Spec Ops The Line was one of the first, and it uses more meta-narrative than narrative. Whether or not you consider Bloodborne to be meta-narrative is, like, that's the kind of let's get stonkingly drunk and discuss this until 5 o'clock in the morning. Because, if we go to our character, look at these stats, aren't they neat? With my two-handed weapon, there's nothing I can't defeat. But these stats aren't just an emulation of the traditional Dungeons & Dragons of luck, stamina, charisma, etc. Vitality and endurance we understand. Strength, sure. But skill, blood tinge, and arcane. Wait, where? Wait, where? The very data the game presents us with is in itself part of the narrative. The UI goes into detail of telling us the story. We just, at the beginning of the game, we don't know yet. We can't see, but we will. Is that a meta-narrative reveal later on when you find out what those things mean? I don't know. I think that's very powerful. And Wraith, I do agree with you that AAA games and more mainstream media don't want to deal with the ambiguity of Lovecraftian-inspired media. Bloodborne is powerful because it's a video game. And to succeed, it just needs to feel good when we're fighting and doing battle and going into some interesting places. It sneaks the ambiguity past us by having a fun game to play. I'll always respect Spec Ops The Line, but, you know, as we said, it makes you do the thing. and then turns the camera back around on you and says you did the bad. Now, I think that game would have been much, much better without the white phosphorus scene. The situation where you're in a crowd of people and they're angry and they're scared and they're frustrated, and unless you speak Arabic, you have no idea what they're saying. Are they about to jump you? Are they asking for help? You don't know. That scene in Spec Ops The Line, where whether or not you fire your gun at people or into the air, if you just let it play out, that is one of the more subtle elements of that's like unfurling. But again, that's trying to tell a very heavy-handed story about, people wanting to be heroes in war games. Bloodborne's just happy to be a fun game where you bash shit in with a giant hammer. But underneath it all, there's this incredibly personal story. Jetman J! Welcome to the philosophical hour of talking about Bloodborne. How are you doing? Watto and welcome to the Dopey Nut. Watto and welcome. Jetman J, how was your stream? What were you playing? Welcome, friends. It's lovely to see you all. Over here, we've been playing Bloodborne today. And just so you all know, I've played through this. It is weapons-free on spoilers and discussions. And we were just talking about the brilliance of this world. Oh, well, Jetman J, I'm glad you're playing it with your partner so you can get a hug, because, yeah, Spiritfarer hits like a brick. But it's such a beautiful game. Raid's like, yay, I've drunkenly gotten Will to talk about meta-narrative. Hey, I'm still sober. I didn't really eat enough early on in the day to start drinking. Now, Vass, that stuff I find fascinating because details in translations I think are incredibly valid to dive into, as opposed to, say, details from parts of the game that were removed. But Vass was saying that at the very beginning of the game, there's a little note that says, look for the pale blood. When you ask Gilbert about it, in the Japanese version, you find out that you were the one that wrote that. And when you talk to the hunters that were in the dream, they have like a faint memory. So the theory that you are a hunter and had knowledge of the pale blood, and leave that note for yourself to find later, that's... yeah. Oh, well... sorry, Jetman J was saying their partner was adding that Spiritfarer hits like multiple bricks. Yes. But it hits like bricks in a way that means something. Spiritfarer isn't mean-spirited about what it is trying to say, and it doesn't use any of those elements for just like cheap sad feels. The thing I was talking about when you all came on in was the difference between this kind of storytelling here in Bloodborne and something like, and I'm sorry I keep picking on it, but I'm still mad at it, The Last of Us Part 2, which makes your character do something that's really reprehensible and then turns it round and says, hey! It says, hey, you're a bad person for doing the thing. But the game never gave you a choice of doing anything else. It was never your choice. Whereas in here, as you slowly find out who you are in this world and who the people are, like, your choices, whether you knew them or not, had weight. What you've been doing in this world actually matters. And I think that's really feckin' powerful. Oh, okay, Fearless, my apologies. I assumed that scene in Spec Ops The Line that they were speaking Arabic. My apologies. The point I wanted to make was that unless you speak whatever language the crowd speaks, you have no way of knowing their intention. And I thought that was a far more poignant moment. But yeah. So, to all of you who have just joined us, what ho and welcome. As I said, we're continuing with Bloodborne. We just started today, and it's been joyous to revisit. Feel free to talk about anything and everything Bloodborne related. Spoilers are welcome, deconstructions are welcome. There's a bunch of things that I didn't know, like what Vass was saying about the hidden walls and other elements. And there's also shit tons of stuff I've forgotten because I drink too much. I drink far too much and sleep far too little. Yeah. Well, I mean, Red Burning Dragon, I don't disagree. The problem is, I guess the problem I have with it is that it is misery porn. It's not trying to tell the story of life after the fall of civilization. Everything it constructs is designed to make you feel sad and bad. And it absolutely cannot let anybody have any kind of happiness, and goes to bullshit lengths to torture its characters. It goes to lengths that are so far beyond the mechanics of the game. And that's where I start getting mad. It uses QTEs to punish you. It uses cutscenes to do things that you, as a player, would never do. And because you're emotionally invested in these characters, it's like having the controller wrenched away from you, and then someone smashing the bad ending button while you're playing. Oh, so yeah. And Jay, I'm glad to hear, happy times over there. There's a catharsism to Spiritfarer that definitely requires alcohol to survive, but is definitely worth it. So Zeke says, isn't that what you do in this game? Kill everything until you beat whatever the last boss is? Yes. But if you choose to delve deeper, you find out you are both a force of good and evil. You aren't the hero here, but you are necessary. Yeah, and Vass, that's a whole wonderful deconstruction. Oh, to Little Cat Shark. While sharks do scare me, you're very welcome here. Thank you for the follow. Zeke says, so can you make the choice not to kill everything and still beat the game? I'd have to check what it is you have to do for a low kills playthrough. You do need to beat certain bosses and certain people. Your job in this world is as is the hunter. Go forth and hunt. It's more... The thing I wanted to make note of is that whether or not you decide to go into depth as to find out the emotional stakes involved is entirely up to you. I think that's the point I was grasping for. And sorry, Vass was saying theories about the doll. There's no magic in Bloodborne. You use the power of the Great Ones, or homemade Great Ones if you don't have store-bought. But Gurman didn't use real magic to give life to the doll, so the question raises who gave life to the doll and why she truly seems connected to the person she is based on. Yes. How you can only see her movements once you have insight enough to do so. There's so much to it. Agonancy says the real question is Bloodborne the prequel to Splatoon. Only if you go for the rebirth ending. The thing the doll holds in her arms is the first Kid Now, Squid Now. And that's canonical. We all know that. The end of the Age of Man, the beginning of the Age of Squid, happens in this very garden. Why do you encourage me? Why do you all encourage me? Yeah. Become a squid. Yeah, Mechanoel. Store-bought is fine if you can't make old ones at home. Just be careful with your quantities. Otherwise you end up in a big moon lake full of bullshit. Oh god, we're gonna have to do the moon lake fight. I don't want to go to university. It sucks. I don't wanna. I might DM Dylan and see if he wants to come around and just beat that boss for me. One Christmas, we couldn't work out what to put on the telly, so we put Bloodborne on, and people just took turns playing the feckin' Chalice dungeons. It was great. Yeah, the Moon Lake. God, I hate that fight with a fucking passion. Alright, let's get back out into Yharnam! But yeah, to all of you who came over from Jetman J's lot, it's lovely to see you, and I hope you're having a fucking great weekend. Yeah, if you wonder why we've crammed so many cool kids into this stream, I am currently questing. I'm questing for the purple checkmark of Twitch.television. Partially to kind of like future-proof us from shenanigans, but mainly because if Twitter dies on its arse in the next coming weeks, I'm going to lose a huge part of how I tell people that we're existing. So... Oh, and jumping back, so Agonadiki makes an interesting point, which is, with the right tweaks, Chalice Dungeons would probably make a great arcade game. Yes, what I find fascinating is that they didn't. And I guess Bloodborne was before the real rise of the... Bloodborne dropped before the rise of the super roguelike, in a time before Hades. But also... I'm glad they didn't. Because the Chalice Dungeons at first seemed like the most Arcadian video game-esque element of this. Until you find out that no, they are a world all unto themselves. And I find that fucking cool. No. No. You with the sword. I don't know what you're trying to... what you're trying to do, but don't. Because one of the things that I found really interesting was Casey's mod for Inscription, which I think is one of the few times where you can do that sort of additional system without the gamification taking away from the experience. Even if Casey's mod, I had to stop playing because I was going to snap my keyboard over my knee.
This is a damn curse.
Yes, Vast, that's another really good detail. And so Vast was pointing out that when you give the pin to the doll, she cries. But the pin says dolls don't cry. Which means that you've just witnessed something that should be impossible. The doll is more than we understand. And what's so brilliant about it? Again, this game uses the very language of Soulsian games to fuck with you. Because, like, okay, you play your first Dark Souls, you're like, oh, the Firekeeper, doing Firekeeper stuff. Oh, no, they're trapped in a little well. And you play Dark Souls 2, and you're like, oh, here's a sad lady by the cliff. Oh, this is our person who levels. All right, well, here's all my souls. And you start playing Bloodborne. You're like, oh, here's the doll. I guess she's the sad lady we get the resources to. No. She is a huge part of that, of the story. A massive anomaly and incredible deep dive. I know we talked about it ages ago, but people have come and gone since then. How the doll meditates on the fact that they don't know if they love you because they were made to love you, or because they love you of their own volition. They have enough self-awareness to ask, do I love because of my choices or because I'm made that way, whilst still loving it. Wait! That's some fucking... That's some good tier brain melty nonsense. Now let's go fight a pig with a big hammer. You guys smell like butts! I don't want to fight you! Yeah, get stuffed, chunkos. Yeah, Kestrel's right. It's time to press. You can tell I'm starting to get tired because I'm hitting the double hand button instead of the switch button.
I have to go to bed. Have a wonderful rest of your stream. Good night, Vikings.
Hey, and Lyris, thank you for all that you put in and all that you do, friend. Thank you. I remember this bit. Yeah, about that, lads. Oh, you did not just dodge all that! So mad. So mad! I can't believe they've done this. Yo, I didn't know that! Okay, so Vass is just dropping all the deets on us, so apparently if you get the normal ending and play New Game Plus, the doll will show you your tomb, the tomb of the previous hunter from before you. That's fucking metal as hell. Also, Caffeine does make a good point. Like, we're hitting up on 8:30 here with all of the lovely Mother Hubbards that we have here. Right. So, this conversation has been incredible, friends. And I really want to pick this up again. We'll be playing Bloodborne again. Same channel, same time, next Saturday. For those of you that aren't, please follow the Discord, because I'll be announcing the timings of when everything is happening next week. For all of you that are helping on the heist, stick around, because I want to pass you over to one of our friendos for a big chunky raid. And I'm going to roll credits while we're killing stuff. But I do need to say, this whole operation, this whole little channel, is only going because you lot keep it going. So for every one of you that threw in bits or donations or gifted subs or what have you, thank you so much. Yeah, donations and bits are exceedingly appreciated right now. Y'all don't even know. And yeah, I don't know what the plan is the rest of the evening. I'm probably going to cram a bunch of food into my face, but I should be on Discord at some point, because it'd be lovely to hang out with you, even if it's in the wee hours.
Stop that incessant
no!
clicking.
Agananaki, that's really fucking cool of you. Thank you. And so, like, yeah, Vass, I hope you'll all come on by for more streams and more adventures. What I can tell you is next week, on Tuesday, our next stream is we'll be playing Valheim with Joe Cat. So me and Joe are going to start a brand new Viking world with brand new Vikings, and just build a house, have a natter, have a good time. Yeah, Wraith, your wee hours are my wee hours? An excellent question. But no, seriously, friends, I do want to say... I do want to say a massive thank you to you all. Like, we're doing it. We're feckin' doing it. Jeffy B doesn't know what's coming. So first off, to Swarmaz, thank you so much for the donation. Donations immediately hit our PayPal, so we spend it on groceries, and it keeps us the fuck alive. To Shackle Draconis, Punspector, Bacon Avenger, Caldera, Lyrus, Thrame, Wolfcrat, J-Post, Vanderbees, Wheeler Dealer, Angel Kalina, oh, got Ryan there, and Quasimoto. Bits are still the biggest thing that keeps us afloat. Cannot know how much I am appreciative. To Caffeine, Rhymes and Moose, but also, I think we saw Lizzie T-Pow earlier. To the mod team, you fucking legends. Thank you. To Little Cat Shark, Navisling, and McPatches, thank you kindly for the follows. And I hope we get to chat and hang out more. And to Semaloin, Sudden Stop, C222, Yuri, 19, Mr. Dom Rocks, Gannon, Doodles, Kestrel North, Copland Cap, Classic Croc Fan, Karmic Camille, Huaben, XD Johnny XP, The Mental Monk, Kraken, Captain Disco, Lord of the Disco Planet, Drifty Potato, fucking love it, Flaccid Yam, why you look like this, Dashkal, Ortrazini, Lucums, and Vazendak. I think I got it right that time. Whether you were gifted a sub or otherwise, thank you so much. And to Jetman J, like, thank you so much for bringing a raid in. You know, the Great Bezos heist has been quite a challenge. It's been quite a challenge. And raids, hangouts, to all of you that are helping with this, you cannot know how grateful I am. Alright? You cannot know. Now, it is my extreme pleasure to be able to pass you over to Chilby, Chilby SP. Chilby is a friend, a Longship supporter, and genuinely fucking funny person. So, it's my honor to introduce you all to them. I'll let you know, friends, what the stats are like from the third day of the Bezos heist. Should be good. Should be good. Oh, Vaz, you're entirely welcome. And here's the thing. I love doing these kind of deep dives on so many games. It's one of my genuine passions. When we're not trying to steal money from Jeffy B, I spend a lot of time finding weird games to inspire these kinds of conversations, you know? So this has been feckin' brilliant across the board. So yeah, fucking cheers to you all, friends. I mean it. Oh yeah, Lena, I'm all for nerding out about Bloodborne. And it's one of those games that, even if you played it left, right, backwards, up, down, no hit, there's always another new little fact you can find. Yeah, the hard thing is now, friends, I'm not going to be playing it without you. But I'll have to control myself until Saturday. It's alright. Have a lovely rest of your night. Have a great weekend. Blep us on the Discords. And we'll go from there. Thank you all. We're fucking doing it. Good night. Alright.